In this video, you can learn about 92% of the words in general English texts. To carefully study to find and report new knowledge. Research. Who researched this article? To discuss something to make a decision. Consult. I'll consult with Tom. To pay money for the use of something. Rent. Can I rent rackets? To say to someone that you want something. Ask. Don't ask for money. To persuade someone. Convince. We couldn't convince him. To make things flat or even. Level. That's one level down. To make something that looks the same as the original. Copy. Please copy this page. To bring something up to date. Update. I'll update it soon. To make or become different. Change. Don't change your mind. To arrange and plan things. Organize. Patricia will organize the tournament. To refuse to allow or accept something. Deny. I deny his request. To not stop someone from doing something. Let. Please let me in. To say someone is responsible for something bad. Blame. I don't blame you. To get away from a place where you are being kept. Escape. Nobody can escape death. To make someone feel frightened or worried. Scare. Did I scare you? To put in information. Input. Your input is welcome. To send someone away. Dismiss. Don't dismiss any possibility. To succeed in doing something good. Achieve. It's hard to achieve happiness. To lead people visiting a new or unknown place. Guide. Our guide was Tom. To create an image using pen or pencil and paper. Draw. Did you draw that? To make someone part of a group. Include. Does that include breakfast? To make something smaller or use less of it. Reduce. That would reduce costs. To make minor change to something. Modify. I beg to modify your proposal. To do something with. Use. Lucy cannot use chopsticks. To formally ask questions about a given topic. Interview. Can we interview Tom? To put or bring back into existence or use. Restore. We restore antique furniture. To move material to create a hole. Dig. Badgers dig deep holes. To stand in the place of, to act the part of. Represent. Do we represent you? To exchange something for money. Sell. Don't sell yourself short. To rest on top of a surface of water or another liquid. Float. Oil will float on water. To direct or influence the behavior of something. Control. You must control yourself. To put so they can be seen or be bought. Display. The jewels on display disappeared. To show how good a product is. Advertise. We need to advertise on television. To search for. Seek. He would seek re-election. To ask someone to go somewhere or do something. Invite. Did you invite him? To arrange a time to do something with others. Schedule. How's your schedule looking? To take something to a person or place. Deliver. Can you deliver that? To express opposition through action or words. Protest. What's your favorite protest song? To experience or endure something that happens to you. Undergo. He had to undergo many trials. To be able to say. Spell. Please spell your name. To join or come together for the same goal. Unite. I always unite those two. To force something away from you. Push. Please push the buzzer. To tell someone you are grateful to them. Thank. I'm fine, thank you. To plan in a particular way to fulfill a purpose. Design. Did you design this? To do something that another person didn't expect. Surprise. It doesn't surprise me. To go away from. Leave. Can I leave now? To earn a qualification through exam. Qualify. Let's qualify this gin with tonic water. To record your name on an official list. Register. Did you register your product? To discover something by looking for it. Found. We found him alive. To continue to live despite illness or trouble. Survive. Tom can't survive alone. To make something stronger. Strengthen. It is important to strengthen the basis. To appear to be something. Seem. She didn't seem interested. To fight. Hit. First we'll hit Kyoto. To use money to pay for something. Spend. We shouldn't spend money. To say or do things that are meant to be funny. Joke. Your joke bears repeating. To ask for something you want to buy. Order. Your order is ready. To spend time until an expected thing happens. Wait. Please wait till noon. To check and make changes before publication. Edit. Click here to edit the sentence. To build or create something. Construct. I will construct a wooden building. To strongly persuade someone to do something. Urge. Advertisements urge us to buy luxuries. To have or own something. Possess. Ghosts can possess people. To imagine or guess what might happen. Suppose. I suppose you're hungry. To be a feature to make something clearly different from others. Distinguish. Dogs can't distinguish colors. To gamble money to win more money. Bet. Don't bet on it. To look at carefully to work out what is happening. Watch. Is your watch correct? To develop and become bigger or taller over time. Grow. Apples grow on trees. To carry things from one place to another. Transport. Means of transport were improved. To doubt or lack trust. Suspect. I suspect you're right. Being. Be. Bearing can be unbearable. To wish for. Desire. We all desire success. To say sorry because of a mistake or injury. Apologize. I can't apologize enough. To make someone known to another by name. Introduce. Would you introduce yourself? To catch and prevent person from being free. Capture. You won't capture Tom. To say or write to answer the question. Respond. Don't respond to that. To quickly reach out and take something in your hand. Grab. Let's grab some coffee. To know the meaning of language. Understand. I don't understand German. To change words from one language into another. Translate. She doesn't translate well. To pay a person to work for you. Employ. You can employ him. To believe. Assume. I assume you're angry. To hit something. Strike. Typhoons strike Japan every year. To consider how similar and different things are. Compare. Let's compare the two. To believe something is probably going to happen. Expect. I expect your help. To make a serious promise to do something. Swear. Don't swear in public. To be seen. Appear. You appear very self-satisfied. To have enough courage to do something. Dare. How dare he complain? To say things or ideas to someone with words. Talk. Don't talk around it. To focus on learning something, usually at school. Study. You must study hard. To secretly take something that belongs to another. Steal. I didn't steal it. To reach the place you are traveling to. Arrive. Heroes always arrive late. To form an opinion after careful consideration. Judge. I can't judge distance. To want something to happen or to become true. Wish. I wish I could. To keep. Maintain. We maintain our independence. To be left behind. Remain. Try to remain calm. To make a formal promise that something will happen or be done. Guarantee. We can't guarantee that. To make a choice for or against. Vote. The vote is unanimous. To move steadily and easily in a certain direction. Flow. The flow is not that strong. To give the opportunity to accept something. Offer. They offer free condoms. To improve society by removing abuse and injustices. Reform. Does prison reform criminals? To move with your legs at a slowish pace. Walk. Don't walk so fast. To create something by putting things together. Make. Computers make people stupid. To increase a quantity. Raise. Don't raise your voice. To act in a particular way. Behave. Did you behave today? To produce large numbers of products in a factory. Manufacture. I don't manufacture your computers. To have a formal discussion to reach an agreement. Negotiate. We don't negotiate with terrorists. To find something new that was not known before. Discover. How did you discover that? To wrap something with rope. Bind. Do you bind books? To find a way to deal with a problem. Solve. That won't solve anything. To take or go with someone to a place. Bring. Please bring the others. To do something without stopping. Continue. Prices continue to climb. To make by hand and with much skill. Craft. We must hand down our craft to posterity. To completely remove. Eliminate. It's difficult to eliminate cheating. To show something. Indicate. A closed fist can indicate stress. To teach someone in a school or college. Educate. How should we educate our children? To look after someone or something. Care. Take care of yourself. To go after someone or something with the intent to catch. Chase. Don't chase after fame. To accept a superior force has power over you. Submit. He decided to submit his resignation. To apply something. Paint. The paint is off. To make something illegal or not allowed. Ban. A wheat import ban was enacted. To have and continue to hold something. Keep. Whatever happens, keep calm. To understand or sympathize with someone or something. Relate. I can relate to that. To not have. Lack. Children sometimes lack patience. To test your knowledge or ability. Examine. I won't examine you. To do something that changes something else. Affect. Will this affect me? To do or perform a game or sport. Play. I usually play tennis. To stop something from happening or existing. Prevent. Nothing should prevent divorce. To believe or expect that something is true. Reckon. I reckon that I'm right. To rescue someone or something from a bad situation. Save. Please save my place. To do something very quickly. Rush. It's almost rush hour. To indicate opposition or resistance. Counter. Sammy's kitchen counter was empty. To maintain. Sustain. I sustain my family. To sit on and control a horse or vehicle. Ride. Elephants can't ride bicycles. To ask for money as a price for a service or goods. Charge. He doesn't charge much. To agree that you did something bad. Admit. I admit my mistake. To give way to someone or something else. Yield. These lands yield little. To straighten or stretch something out. Extend. Please extend this visa. To push something against something else. Press. Never press this button. To submit documents to an authority. File. The file is corrupt. To try to stop or prevent something. Resist. He can't resist sweets. To strongly state your opinion without changing it. Insist. I insist on that. To become aware by sight. Notice. I didn't notice it. To fill a time. Occupy. Books occupy most of his room. To use resources to build for the future. Invest. You should invest your money. To become aware of or understand mentally. Realize. I didn't realize that. To cite a piece of research in speech or in writing. Reference. He made reference to my book. To not remember something. Forget. Don't forget about us. To eat special or less food. Diet. How's your diet kick? To bend one part of something against another part. Fold. The doors fold back. To experience pain. Suffer. I suffer from obesity. To tell someone to do something in a straight-talking way. Direct. That's a direct order. To make someone have the desire to do something. Inspire. That doesn't inspire my confidence. To bring items or goods from one country into another. Import. We import coffee from Brazil. To meet at one point. Cross. Let's cross the street. To explain or teach how something is done. Show. The show is over. To talk with breath but no voice. Whisper. A whisper ran through the crowd. To make someone afraid or nervous. Frighten. Horror movies frighten me. To move around without purpose. Wander. Wolves wander in the woods. To be upright. Stand. Don't stand too close. Lot. Very. Thank you very much. To think carefully about something. Consider. We consider Tom honest. To act. Do. Why do you ask? To give reasons for or against an idea or point of view. Argue. Let's not argue anymore. To make clear or easy to understand by describing. Explain. Please explain in detail. To deal with something in spite of difficulties. Cope. He'll cope with difficult problems. To move your hand or arm to say hello or goodbye. Wave. The wave broke her nose. To make mention of something. Note. Please note my words. To be alive. Live. Do you live here? To hit something lightly. Tap. The tap is running. To have a very strong feeling of dislike for. Hate. Cats usually hate dogs. To slowly change or develop into something better. Evolve. Languages evolve over time. To have achieved what you were trying to achieve. Succeed. He'll succeed in time. To carefully look for something. Search. You can search me. To get or earn something by thinking or working. Acquire. We'd love to acquire it. To have or be included as a part of something. Involve. This doesn't involve you. To take on responsibility for something. Adopt. Please adopt this sentence. To ask people a question about a particular topic. Survey. Let me survey the situation. To get something wanted. Gain. No gain without pains. To get people to come and work. Recruit. I'm recruiting drivers. To break in a sudden and violent way. Burst. I burst into tears. To act in a certain way towards someone. Treat. Let's treat everybody fairly. To help. Assist. May I assist you? To come together at a certain time or place. Meet. Did you meet her? To destroy with fire. Burn. Don't burn your bridges. To push your body into the air with your legs. Jump. Don't jump to conclusions. To mention something that could be done. Suggest. I suggest a comma. To do the first part of an action. Begin. We'll begin work soon. To send goods to be sold in another country. Export. Arms export was prohibited. To tell someone the appearance. Describe. Words can't describe it. To hand over or present something to someone. Give. I'll give up smoking. To give things of similar value to each other. Exchange. What's today's exchange rate? To state or show what you think or how you feel. Express. Words cannot express it. To put up the corners of mouth to show happiness. Smile. Her smile expressed joy. To find a certain place. Locate. We couldn't locate Tom. To bring up animals. Rear. The rear tires spun. To plan or want to do something. Intend. I intend to try. To come to agreement by mutual concession. Compromise. A compromise was reached. To say how much money something is worth. Value. Its value had trebled. To behave or make a change in a particular way. React. We had to react quickly. To take something away from someone. Strip. They played strip poker. To heat food until it is ready to eat. Cook. These vegetables cook slowly. To stop from going forward or making progress. Block. Don't block the driveway. To use a key so others can open something. Lock. The lock doesn't catch. To leave a job because you want to. Resign. You can't resign now. To say something in an official or sure way. Declare. I declare this supermarket open. To follow behind someone to see what they are doing. Track. What track for Boston? To carry out an action well or successfully. Perform. Humans can't perform miracles. To stop someone from working or sleeping. Disturb. Do not disturb her. To buy something. Purchase. Did Tom purchase it? To ask formally for. Apply. Rules apply to everyone. To leave someone you should stay to take care of. Abandon. All hands abandon ship. To change in position or direction. Shift. Press the shift button. To explain the meaning of words. Define. Let's define our terms. To get money for work. Earn. I didn't earn this. To pay attention to someone or something. Regard. People regard him as nothing. To give information or facts about something. Inform. We must inform them. To say you will harm or hurt someone. Threaten. Did Tom threaten you? To notice or become aware of something. Perceive. She will perceive his irony. To appoint to an office. Constitute. 6 professors constitute the committee. To join or connect together. Link. Your link isn't working. To take place or occur. Happen. Traffic accidents happen daily. To ask for something. Request. We request this address. To stop living. Die. Bad habits die hard. To combine together. Integrate. They have to integrate into society. To make something bigger by pulling on it. Stretch. Let's stretch our legs. To have a positive opinion of someone or something. Approve. I approve the suggestion. To move a boat using long pieces of wood called oars. Row. Everybody row in concert. Attract or interest greatly. Fascinate. Slavic languages fascinate me. To make something holy by saying a special prayer. Bless. May God bless you. To obtain. Get. You'll get well soon. To make something happen. Cause. Germs can cause sickness. To make 2 or more things equal. Balance. The supply-demand balance is relaxing. To set or create something to last for a long time. Establish. Can you establish his innocence? To send out signals by radio or television. Broadcast. Record the broadcast on tape. To put someone in a position to be photographed. Pose. Examinations pose a big problem. To fail to take care of something. Neglect. Don't neglect your business. To need something. Require. Children require much sleep. To give money for goods or work done. Pay. I'll pay by check. To rest your body in bed. Sleep. Can I sleep out? To bring a previous image or idea to your mind. Remember. Do you remember me? To find out by calculating or estimating. Compute. Scientists can easily compute the distance between planets. To keep or maintain in an unchanged or perfect condition. Preserve. We must preserve birds. To use a knife or scissors to divide or open the surface. Cut. Don't cut in line. To stop something for a period of time. Suspend. She suspended the officer. To set up a piece of equipment so that it is ready to use. Install. Hotels usually install wall-to-wall carpeting. To attach to a support. Mount. How high is Mount Everest? Being done quickly and with no delay. Prompt. I appreciate your prompt payment. To get knowledge or skills by study or experience. Learn. We learn by experience. To get close to reaching something or somewhere. Approach. Don't approach the dog. To send a letter or package using the post office. Post. Where's the post office? To follow and try to catch or to reach a goal. Pursue. End violence, pursue peace. To offer or put forward an idea for consideration. Propose. I propose a short rest. To separate into pieces by force. Break. Don't break a mirror. To be unable to manage without something. Need. I need your advice. To make or leave a visible sign on something. Mark. What does this mark mean? To have the ability to cope with or take responsibility for. Handle. Let me handle this. To join or attach things together. Connect. Please connect a controller. To not listen to. Ignore. Don't ignore her feelings. To be different. Differ. People differ in habits. To use the nose to sense something. Smell. I smell something rotten. To move to a new environment and become accustomed to it. Settle. Fighting won't settle anything. To work willingly without pay. Volunteer. Tom does volunteer work. To get you to do something. Persuade. Nothing would persuade him. To take the chance that you may do something dangerous. Risk. We can't risk it. To move something using air. Blow. Did I blow it? To maintain a piece of machinery so it runs well. Service. Is this service available? To manufacture something using machines. Produce. We produce palm wine. To indicate what you think. Hint. She took my hint and smiled. To become bigger or larger in size and amount. Expand. Will the universe expand indefinitely? To clean someone or something with soap and water. Wash. Please wash the dishes. To come together to form or make something. Compose. Try to compose yourself. To give an order. Command. I'm in command now. To be on every side of something. Surround. Ropes surround the place. To be thankful for. Appreciate. I appreciate your concern. To lie or exist beneath. Underlie. The idea underlies his theory. To rate people in higher or lower position relative to others. Rank. How do you rank that? To make or become something larger in size or amount. Increase. My symptoms increase with age. To give reasons why you did something or why it is right. Justify. Can you justify that? To be aware of sound. Hear. I hear footsteps outside. To give or let someone do what they want. Grant. Ulysses Grant was a hero. To strongly request someone to do something. Demand. The demand is huge. To almost break something. Crack. You crack me up. To move your legs faster than walking. Run. Still waters run deep. To make. Build. We should build something. To be too late to ride on something. Miss. Did you miss me? To choose from a group. Select. These are select peaches. To prevent entry. Bar. Don't bar me out. To make a happy sound when something is funny. Laugh. Don't laugh at me. To make changes. Revise. Please revise regularly every day. To cause something to open or burst suddenly. Pop. I like pop music. To stop or finish. Conclude. What do you conclude from that? To travel through the air using wings. Fly. Birds fly long distances. To break a piece off something. Chip. Can you chip in? To make visible. Expose. Scandal could expose the lie. To show the teeth because you are amused. Grin. Kate looked at me with a grin. To do. Accompany. I will accompany you. To get points in a sport such as kicking a ball into a goal. Score. The score is 1-0. To act as if something is true when it is not. Pretend. Let's pretend we're busy. To make someone want to know about something. Interest. Politics didn't interest him. To cause mail or package to go to another place. Send. Please send an ambulance. To make many copies of a page. Print. Small print looks dim. To slide out of position or fall on the ground by accident. Slip. Let's slip away quietly. To perceive using sight. Sense. It makes sense now. To mark or change the color of something so it looks dirty. Stain. This stain won't come out. To show someone to a place that can sit down. Seat. Any seat will do. To have an idea. Think. I think you're right. To meet someone with friendly words and actions. Greet. Let's greet our guests. To be in a resting position on a chair. Sit. Don't sit upon it. To remove something from a surface with a brush. Sweep. I sweep the floor. To result or happen due to a particular event. Arise. Accidents arise from carelessness. To officially control and lead. Govern. That made him govern himself. To move air into and out of your lungs. Breathe. All people breathe air. To talk about something seriously or in great detail. Discuss. Let's discuss the problem. To suggest something. Imply. Correlation doesn't imply causation. To make something so that it does not leak air or water. Seal. Please put your seal here. To create something useful for the first time. Invent. They often invent stories. To want to have or do something. Fancy. Do you fancy me? To search for wild animals to kill. Hunt. Owls hunt at night. To put water in your body through your mouth. Drink. This drink tastes sour. To gather things together in one place. Collect. Do you collect anything? To look for details in something by examining it carefully. Scan. Please scan the diary for clues. To make something sure. Ensure. Careful preparations ensure success. To have a particular meaning or value. Mean. It doesn't mean anything. To hit something to get people's attention. Knock. Please knock before entering. To understand after thinking. Figure. I'll figure it out. Use your hands to stop and hold something flying. Catch. You will catch cold. To bring people together into a group. Gather. Standing pools gather filth. To arrange for a room. Reserve. It's faster to reserve a taxi. To spend time visiting a place or someone home. Stay. I'd rather stay here. To make something unclear or hard to understand. Confuse. His actions confuse me. To change form. Convert. Solar panels convert sunlight into electricity. To try to destroy. Attack. They attacked the enemy. To study carefully to find out the meaning of. Analyze. Let's analyze the machine. To ask for or try to get information. Question. This question isn't easy. To put something into the ground and cover it. Bury. Dogs often bury bones. To bet or wager on an outcome. Stake. I'll stake my reputation on that. Be very, very tired. Exhaust. Everyone is exhausted. To care for and like someone very strong and deeply. Love. Do you love music? To come to pass or to happen. Occur. Hurricanes usually occur in June. To come after someone. Follow. Just follow your heart. To try something to see if you like it. Sample. Let me sample your cake. To hold something and move it to another place. Carry. Rats carry the plague. To borrow money that must be paid back. Loan. The loan carries 5.5% interest. To get something that someone has given or sent to you. Receive. We receive and share. To use instead of something else. Replace. Let her replace it. To pick up something and go away with it. Take. Let's take it easy. To put a thing where it can't be found. Hide. We'll hide in Egypt. To use words to tell information. Speak. I don't speak Japanese. To say something is good and deserves to be chosen. Recommend. I recommend it strongly. Formed or developed from something else. Derive. Some English words derive from Japanese. To use the law to catch and keep people who committed crimes. Arrest. He resisted arrest violently. To work hard for many hours. Labor. My labor has started. To be bright because light hits it. Shine. Please shine those shoes. To prevent from happening. Avoid. Don't avoid my question. To find something pleasing. Like. I didn't like it. To harden to a solid below 0 degrees. Freeze. Can you freeze it? To watch carefully. Observe. We must observe the rules. To turn around repeatedly. Spin. Where did you spin them? To say or communicate information to someone. Tell. Never tell a lie. To be happy because you met your expectation. Satisfy. Will this satisfy you? To carefully look at the quality of something. Review. Let's review Lesson 5. To protect against an attack. Defend. They couldn't defend themselves. To make something ready for use. Prepare. I'll prepare some food. To speak very loudly because you want to get their attention. Shout. Don't shout at me. To affect what happens. Influence. Social relationships influence conversations. To change the direction of something. Turn. Please turn the page. To try to find out facts. Investigate. We'll investigate the matter. To kick or throw a ball at a goal. Shoot. I'm gonna shoot him. To remember because you have met it before. Recognize. Tom didn't recognize Mary. To make available. Provide. We provide for disaster. To move from a lower position to a higher one. Rise. Sunrise was incredibly beautiful. To calculate size. Measure. I didn't measure it. To stop a planned event from happening. Cancel. Please cancel our order. To put two things or numbers together. Add. Please add more coffee. To help increasing progress or growth. Boost. That car doesn't boost my self-confidence. To translate what is said into another language. Interpret. Scientists interpret it differently. To disagree. Object. I object to going there. To take part with others in doing something. Participate. Americans participate in most sports. To move forwards often in big steps. Leap. Take a leap of faith. To use your ears to hear and understand things. Listen. I listen to music. To use hands or arms to carry or keep something. Hold. Don't hold back anything. To take the trouble to do something. Bother. I won't bother you. Used as the past form of can. Could. Betty could sing better. To make up or form something. Comprise. The committee comprises 10 members. To go to a place for a time. Visit. You should visit Kyoto. To stop before doing something because you are unsure what to do. Hesitate. I hesitate a little. Provide with amusement or enjoyment. Entertain. Let me entertain you. To travel through or near a place. Pass. Don't pass me over. To bounce back off a surface. Reflect. Please reflect on this. To unexpectedly be faced with or experience. Encounter. Did you encounter any problems? To display or make available for people to see. Exhibit. We'll see the exhibit tomorrow. To state. Specify. They didn't specify the year. To suddenly fall down or break apart into pieces. Collapse. Will our civilization collapse one day? To use force to make an object not straight. Bend. Better bend than break. To compose letters and words on paper or a screen. Write. Please write back soon. To have as an essential. Consist. What does aspirin consist of? To let or permit someone do something. Allow. They allow parking here. Solid surface of the earth that we stand on. Ground. The ground seems wet. To make a deep hollow resonant sound. Boom. The boom has peaked out. To control a vehicle so that it moves somewhere. Drive. I'll drive you home. To break something into pieces or divide something. Split. Let's split the bill. To become the husband or wife of someone. Marry. Will you marry me? To need to pay or repay money. Owe. I owe him $100. To decide on a thing from various choices. Pick. Don't pick at me. To do something later than is planned or expected. Delay. The delay was unavoidable. To allow someone not to do. Excuse. I cannot excuse her. To demonstrate truth by providing evidence. Prove. Can you prove it? To produce tears and sounds because of pain. Cry. Smile now, cry later. To think very highly of another person because of what they do. Respect. I respect Mr. Brown. To move quickly to get somewhere. Hurry. You'd better hurry up. To put or set something down in a flat position. Lay. The soldier lay dying. To continue to have or use. Retain. We had to retain a lawyer. To hold something and move it toward you. Pull. Don't pull my leg. To make more difficult to do. Complicate. That'll complicate matters more. To move something violently back and forth or up and down. Shake. Let's shake on it. To bring something close to another. Join. Come and join us. To do something that was promised or required. Fulfill. We fulfill our obligations. To suggest what should be done. Advise. I wouldn't advise that. To claim that someone has done something wrong. Accuse. Don't accuse the leader. To be changeable. Vary. Prices vary by location. To guess or estimate what will or might happen. Predict. Didn't Tom predict that? To move or travel to another place. Go. You may go anywhere. To have similarity or equality with something. Correspond. I frequently correspond with her. To make a public statement about a plan. Announce. The TV didn't announce anything. Make effect to increase or improve. Enhance. Can we enhance the image? To come back to a place again. Return. Here's my return ticket. To take pleasure in something. Enjoy. Did you enjoy yourself? To judge something's value or suitability. Assess. We'll assess the situation. To notice or make a comment about something. Remark. His remark hit home. To find. Trace. There was no trace of him. To earn money from something. Profit. We'll worry about profit later. To separate something into equal pieces. Divide. Let's divide the work equally. To say something is true when others may not agree. Claim. They claim they're Canadians. To breathe in through a cigarette and then blow it out. Smoke. The smoke blew away. To hand in or deliver something to people. Distribute. Newspapers distribute information to the public. To try to beat others at something. Compete. We can't compete with Asia. To take and later return something from another. Borrow. Never borrow a car. To talk to someone using a telephone. Phone. Don't phone her now. To find an answer using mathematics. Calculate. Where did you calculate them? To move smoothly and easily. Slide. Have you ever used a slide rule? To act to enable a person to do something. Help. I can't help crying. To compare. Contrast. Let's contrast spring with fall. To mix something by making circular movements in it. Stir. Don't forget to stir the stew. To think creatively about. Imagine. I can't imagine that. To cause something to change to a different place. Move. Faith can move mountains. To organize things into an order for them to happen. Arrange. I'll arrange a meeting. To allow something to happen. Permit. I won't permit it. To make someone to do or endure something. Impose. The UN moved to impose sanctions. To carry out. Engage. Others engage in volunteer work. To close something. Shut. I'll shut you out. To keep watch over something to protect it. Guard. The guard grabbed Tom. To do something bad. Commit. Tom didn't commit suicide. To select. Choose. Please choose one person. To state without proof. Allege. The man alleges that his wallet has been stolen. To allow to leave a jail. Release. Don't release that dog. To combine two or more things to make one. Mix. He doesn't mix well. To talk about or write about something. Refer. What does it refer to? To state the main or most important ideas of something. Summarize. I'll summarize it all. To provide things useful or needed by others. Aid. What's this in aid of? To decide to use or give something for something else. Devote. We must devote ourselves to our work. To make someone mad. Anger. His anger is understandable. To give out. Deal. Please deal the cards. To cause wonder. Amaze. His aristocratic manners amaze me. To change something to fit or suit a new purpose. Adapt. Tom will adapt quickly. To make an emotional or cognitive impact upon. Impress. You don't impress me. To use too much energy that you hurt yourself. Strain. The strain is clearly showing. To succeed in doing. Accomplish. You can accomplish this. To put a rocket into the air. Launch. Prepare to launch torpedoes. To stick things together using an adhesive strip. Tape. The tape is rolling. To show how something works. Demonstrate. I'll demonstrate it for you. To be in a state of mental tension due to problems. Stress. The stress is unbearable. To lose strength or freshness. Fade. Memories fade too quickly. To damage so badly that something no longer exists. Destroy. You always destroy everything. To breathe out in a way to show boredom or disappointment. Sigh. A sigh fell from her lips. To have clothes. Wear. I wear contact lenses. To defend someone or something from harm or danger. Protect. We can't protect Tom. To move through water by moving parts of the body. Swim. You may swim now. To go into a room. Enter. You may enter now. To move along a surface by turning many times. Roll. We'd better roll now. To be unable to find something you once had. Lose. Don't lose your purse. To set or adjust the amount. Regulate. Traffic lights are used to regulate traffic. To trick someone. Fool. The fool is happy. To make someone enthusiastic about doing something. Motivate. How can I motivate myself? To move forward or toward a place or goal. Progress. The student's progress is satisfactory. To move something to higher position. Lift. I can't lift this. To be determined to find an answer or to solve problems. Resolve. Many problems resolve themselves. To discover something by looking for it. Find. I find swimming fun. To be worthy of. Deserve. You deserve the prize. To make someone feel happy. Excite. Money doesn't excite me, it calms me. To be confident that someone is honest and reliable. Trust. You can't trust rumors. To show the way or guide others. Lead. I lead people well. To save something from danger or harm. Rescue. I didn't rescue anybody. To buy. Trade. John began trade personally. To explain with examples to make easier to understand. Illustrate. This diagram will illustrate what I mean. To cause someone to feel uncomfortable about something. Embarrass. This would embarrass anyone. To give a prize for doing something well. Award. Tom received the award posthumously. To run or operate a business by directing others. Manage. Can you manage alone? To remember events or details of the past. Recall. Sammy doesn't recall anything. To begin to be. Become. I have become forgetful. To tell someone about possible danger. Warn. I will warn him. To come to or arrive at a goal or destination. Reach. I can't reach it. To stop doing for a while before continuing. Pause. Tom hit the pause button. To say that you will not accept something. Refuse. I refuse to answer. To pay great attention to a task. Concentrate. I couldn't concentrate long. To put food in your mouth. Eat. Don't eat between meals. To become joined or connected. Bond. Their bond was strong. To try to do something challenging or difficult. Attempt. The attempt ended in failure. To win against another person or team. Beat. He won't beat me. To stop something or someone sleeping. Wake. Come on, wake up. To confirm the details of something are correct. Check. Let's check it later. To discover or identify the presence of something. Detect. Do I detect sarcasm? To indicate who or what someone or something is. Identify. I identify with you. To use your eyes to look at something. See. I see it rarely. To be greater in number than something. Exceed. Don't exceed the speed limit. To determine or set the cost of something. Price. The price includes tax. To be aware of or experience an emotion or sensation. Feel. I don't feel well. To say something again. Repeat. Please repeat after me. To make known. Reveal. Hands reveal our inward emotions. To place someone or something in a particular place or position. Situate. They plan to situate the mailbox over there. To try very hard to do something difficult. Struggle. Tom doesn't struggle like this. To make. Create. We didn't create it. To prevent someone from access to a group. Exclude. I can't exclude it. To make. Improve. You'll improve with practice. To focus on one area of a field or profession. Specialize. I specialize in medieval history. To stress the items that are important. Emphasize. Japanese companies emphasize hierarchy. To place something over or cover a large area. Spread. The news spread abroad. To be appropriate for a given situation. Suit. That suit wears long. To not meet the expectations of others or yourself. Disappoint. I won't disappoint you. To make something full. Fill. They fill you alone. To officially choose a person for a job. Appoint. The president will appoint new directors. To agree to receive or take something offered. Accept. I accept the offer. To help someone or something succeed by giving them money. Sponsor. All the expenses will fall on the sponsor. To examine something in detail to learn about it. Explore. They explore the problem. To choose to do something. Elect to. Mr. Smith was elected to a Senate seat. To turn something in opposite directions at the same time. Twist. Don't twist my elbow. To make someone more determined or confident. Encourage. We encourage your participation. To look at and comprehend the meaning some writing. Read. Please read that book. To pull something that difficult to move. Drag. He's a drag queen. To create or be produced or bring into existence. Generate. The solar panels generate electricity. To have knowledge of things in your mind. Know. I don't know him. To think or accept that something is true. Believe. I can't believe it. To change a part of something. Alter. I can't alter the plans. Formal to get married to. Wed. They were wed last week. To regularly behave in a certain way. Tend. I tend to agree. To rise gradually and steadily to a higher point. Climb. Don't climb on this. To rise or appear out of some background. Emerge. Terrorists can emerge anywhere. To give and exchange information. Communicate. We communicate through an interpreter. To behave in a certain way. Act. Acids act on metals. To write your signature on formal documents such as contracts. Sign. Would you sign here? To become or free from tense. Relax. Let's relax a little. To succeed in a game or contest. Win. They win hands down. To give a right to someone. Entitle. You're entitled to a lunch break. To give assistance or advice to someone. Support. I support you wholeheartedly. To say you will certainly do something. Promise. The promise still holds. To keep in a place or situation apart from others. Isolate. I felt isolated. To observe an event or occasion. Celebrate. Halloween celebrated in October. To have enough money to pay for something. Afford. She can't afford it. To change so as to fit in with new conditions. Adjust. Some people adjust easily. To kick or throw a ball at a goal. Shot. We shot our wad. To make something whole or able to work again. Fix. I fix broken radios. To refuse. Reject. His application was rejected. To put something in a certain location or position. Place. This place has everything. To produce a sound from a bell. Ring. Please ring him up. To hold something inside something else. Contain. Maybe you contain it. To make it possible to do something. Enable. His position enabled him to do so. To make hot or hotter. Heat. The heat is intense. To give an answer without knowing if it is correct. Guess. I guess we could. To employ a person to do a particular job or borrow something. Hire. I'll hire Tom tomorrow. To like something better than something else. Prefer. I prefer modern furniture. To be associated or connected with. Attach. Please attach a certificate of quality. To make someone think something that is not true. Trick. The trick worked beautifully. To make someone notice and become interested in. Attract. I'll attract those guys. To add things together to find the total number. Count. Don't count your chickens. To use valuable things ineffectively. Waste. Let's not waste time. To put things in a suitcase to go on a trip. Pack. Can you pack it? To say something that you know is not true. Lie. His lie complicated matters. To refer to or talk or write about something. Mention. Mom didn't mention it. To make someone feel sad or depressed. Depress. Rain doesn't depress people who like reading. To express approval of something or someone. Praise. I can't praise him enough. To expect or look ahead to something positively. Anticipate. Don't anticipate your income. To reduce the size. Decrease. Intelligence can decrease stupidity. To help someone learn or do something. Teach. Please teach me English. To begin or attempt. Undertake. Did he undertake the mission? To make water or any other liquid move using a machine. Pump. The pump didn't work properly. To have opposite ideas. Conflict. This conflict isn't over. To move forward in a certain direction. Advance. Our advance was checked. To move or place a thing in a particular position. Put. You put things well. To control. Dominate. Don't let that man dominate you. To come together as in a cluster or flock. Cluster. A cluster of sores decorated the skin. To look at someone or something for a long time. Stare. Don't stare at people. To use your arm to make a thing fly through the air. Throw. Please throw the ball. To revive. Recover. Business will recover soon. To give something to someone because of their good work. Reward. May God reward you. To wish or hope for something to happen or be true. Pray. Let's all pray together. To provide evidence to establish the truth of. Confirm. I confirm my presence. To adopt a set of actions that produce a particular result. Process. The process is important. To drop a bomb on. Bomb. A bomb went off. To be the outcome of other causes and effects. Result. The result proved disappointing. To move something from one place to another. Transfer. The transfer is complete. To move your body rhythmically to music. Dance. Mary can dance well. To describe the qualities of person. Characterize. How would you characterize your current relationship? To give or provide something to another person. Serve. She shall serve tea. To reference the work of others in your writing. Cite. She would cite from the Bible. To be sorry about something. Regret. We regret his death. To do something many times to improve a skill. Practice. You must practice grammar. To have the same opinion as someone else. Agree. I agree with you. To make someone remember something. Remind. You remind me of someone. To talk in a friendly and relaxed manner. Chat. We need to chat soon. To have a different opinion. Disagree. I disagree with you. To put your lips against another to show love. Kiss. Did she kiss well? To use words to tell your message. Say. Since you say so. To finish or reach the end of doing something. Complete. You're a complete misanthrope. To use physical strength or violence to persuade. Force. Magnetic force drives the mechanism. To propose an amount you want to pay for something. Bid. I bid against him. To work in an organized and active way towards a goal. Campaign. The campaign took his breath. To feel concerned or troubled about something. Worry. Don't worry about it. To be present. Exist. There exist supernatural beings. To take a picture with a camera. Photograph. I always photograph badly. To be victorious over an enemy. Defeat. We will defeat them. To change to an opposite state, way or condition. Reverse. In reverse order tonight. To give food. Feed. Cattle feed on grass. To finish moving or to come to an end. Stop. You must stop smoking. Excite to action. Stimulate. Lower taxes stimulate economic growth. To attach a picture. Hang. Please don't hang up. To rely on for support. Depend on. We depend on you. To touch someone or something repeatedly in a caring way. Stroke. What a stroke of luck. To travel on water in a ship or boat. Sail. Clouds sail across the sky. To attach things with a string or rope. Tie. Your tie is crooked. To be a member of a particular group and feel welcomed. Belong. Tom doesn't belong here. To continue to do something. Proceed. Please proceed with caution. To include or involve as part of something else. Incorporate. Tom's company is incorporated in Singapore. To request a judge or others change a decision. Appeal. The appeal was rejected. To try to encourage the popularity and sales of a product. Promote. We must promote sales. To get something by paying money for it. Buy. Money cannot buy happiness. To force air through your throat with a short cough. Your cough worries me. To not achieve a goal. Fail. She will fail eventually. To buy protection against possible loss. Insure. I'd like to insure this, please. To say you accept the truth or value of something. Acknowledge. I acknowledge your kindness. To move towards someone. Come. Misfortunes never come singly. To use in an inappropriate or excessive way. Abuse. People shouldn't abuse animals. To make a sudden loud cry. Scream. I scream a lot. To make sure that something happens. Assure. I can assure success. To move. Remove. First, remove the burrs. To give to someone for a while before it is returned. Lend. Please lend me that. To feel respect or wonder towards someone. Admire. I admire your courage. To form an idea to judge something carefully. Evaluate. It's difficult to evaluate his ability. To let something fall from your hand. Drop. Let's drop the subject. To control exactly how something will be or act. Determine. I'll determine how we proceed. To get in touch with someone. Contact. Please contact me later. To weigh down with a load. Burden. Sammy took a burden off Layla. To publicly support a belief. Advocate. You should advocate disarmament. To depend on someone or something. Rely on. Don't rely on others. To give someone a particular job or something to do. Assign. We're not here to assign blame. To fight against someone in a contest. Oppose. Democrats oppose that idea. To go to a place that is far away. Travel. Will you travel alone? To give your energy. Dedicate. I dedicate this song to you. To cause pain. Hurt. You will hurt yourself. To cover something by winding a piece of material around it. Wrap. Just wrap it up. To injure. Harm. There's no harm done. To plan something in secret. Plot. The plot develops rapidly. To press down on or cut into something with the teeth. Bite. I'll bite the bullet. To be present at an event. Attend. Nurses attend sick people. To make an effort. Try. Never try to die. To protect something from danger or harm. Secure. We seemed secure of victory. To stop because you have reached the time. Retire. You can't retire yet. To mix several things together to form one thing. Combine. You should combine theory with practice. To determine the weight of. Weigh. I weigh 58 kilograms. To destroy or spoil something. Ruin. Let's not ruin this. To indicate something with your finger to others. Point. Don't point at others. To clean or dry something with a cloth. Wipe. I wipe the dining table. To make a choice about something or choose after thinking. Decide. We'll decide by voting. To put what is broken back into good condition. Repair. Please repair the car. To overview or summarize the important points of something. Outline. He sketches the outline of the machine. To phone someone. Call. I'll call him later. To say something is wrong and should be changed. Complain. You complain too much. To say that someone or something is bad. Criticize. I didn't criticize him. To produce baby animals of specific kinds. Breed. They breed cattle and horses. To succeed in a struggle against. Overcome. You can overcome obstacles. To prevent someone from doing something. Restrict. He feels this new law will restrict his freedom. To not accept an invitation or offer. Decline. The decline was inevitable. Do physical harm or damage. Injure. Excessive smoking will injure your health. To break something long and thin. Snap. Don't snap at me. Pull back. Withdraw. I'd like to withdraw money. To desire or wish for something. Want. Do you want anything? To direct. Conduct. His conduct was admirable. To donate. Contribute. You don't contribute enough. To make something flow in a steady stream. Pour. Please pour me a little tea. To use someone's exact words in your writing or speech. Quote. Please don't quote me. To give or sell goods to others for their use. Supply. No supply is unlimited. To put your car or bike in a certain place for a time. Park. You can park here. To make musical sounds with your voice. Sing. Let's sing and dance. To end the life of a person or other living thing. Kill. How do you kill time? To no longer see because it not there anymore. Disappear. Don't disappear on me again. To damage an object by causing it to hit something. Crash. Wanna crash at my place? To balance against or on something for support. Lean. Don't lean on door. To no longer be wanted so you throw it away. Rid. Get rid of her. To change the shape completely in a good way. Transform. Our minds transform experiences into symbols. To grow bigger. Develop. Blossoms develop from buds. To eat. Consume. We must consume less. To feel an object with your fingers. Touch. Don't touch the flowers. To be working or being used. Operate. Most elevators operate automatically. To use your eyes to focus on something. Look at. Please look at me. Deserving of your trust. Reliable. He's a reliable man. Being important or serious. Critical. What is critical thinking? Large distance from one end to the other. Long. Maria has long hair. Difficult to bend. Hard. That's hard to say. Just enough. Mere. That's a mere mistake. Involving. Romantic. Mary likes romantic comedies. Being rare or uncommon. Unusual. That's an unusual one. Afraid of what may happen. Anxious. They're anxious for peace. Of the natural world in which plants and animals live. Environmental. Tom is an environmental activist. Operating by use of electricity. Electronic. They interpret ambient electronic music. Attractive or beautiful. Lovely. It's a lovely day. Capable of moving from one place to another. Mobile. Tom's mobile but dialed Mary. Beyond what is ordinary. Extraordinary. Tom got extraordinary grades. Being sure about something. Certain. He's certain to succeed. Not clean. Dirty. He plays dirty pool. Having a big effect on. Important. They are important matters. Being in something. Inside. Ruins are inside us. Odd or unusual. Weird. He's a weird guy. Being the way things occur most of the time. Usual. I missed my usual train. Including most or all things. Comprehensive. This is a comprehensive approach. Completely correct. Exact. That's an exact measurement. Chosen. Random. This is a random sentence. Having a chance of happening. Possible. Take every possible means. Being in the area to the east. Eastern. Japan is in Eastern Asia. Having control or influence over. Powerful. He has powerful arms. Not mixed with anything else. Pure. Is this pure gold? Very great in degree. Extreme. It's an extreme case. Not right. Wrong. What's wrong with me? Capable of being easily bent changed without breaking. Flexible. How flexible are you? Having a great distance from one side to the other. Wide. Now I'm wide awake. In good condition physically. Healthy. It's healthy and normal. Knowledgeable about life. Wise. You're a wise man. At an early stage of existence. Young. You are young boys. Extremely good. Excellent. That's an excellent wine. Intended to teach or inform. Educational. The firm publishes educational books. Being free from dirt or marks because it was washed. Clean. Let's clean our room. Costing no money. Free. I'm a free man. Most important. Main. That's the main gate. Relating or restricted to a particular area. Local. 10 o'clock local time? Existing or coming earlier in time. Prior. I have a prior engagement. Typical or normal. Average. Tom is average looking. Extremely important and necessary. Essential. Health is essential to happiness. Having or involving more than one of something. Multiple. Tom has multiple talents. Forming a necessary part. Fundamental. This is a fundamental question. Concerning the inside part of something. Inner. Sammy heard an inner voice. Causing a great deal of argument. Controversial. That's a controversial theory. To divide into parts. Separate. We'd like separate checks. Covered or spotted with blood on the surface. Bloody. I have bloody stools. Concerning the country as opposed to the city. Rural. She lives in rural seclusion. Actually existing or happening. Real. What's your real purpose? Main. Capital. Romania's capital is Bucharest. Concerning or according to race. Racial. He fought against racial discrimination. Being of a different place or country. Foreign. I like foreign languages. With a small distance between things. Near. Sit near at hand. Located above others of the same kind. Upper. My upper right wisdom tooth hurts. Living. Alive. I'm alive in Tokyo. Going far down from the surface. Deep. Take a deep breath. Very angry. Mad. It's a mad world. Not getting annoyed when things take a long time. Patient. The patient is unconscious. Involving activities among people, especially free time activities. Social. Cats are social animals. Smaller in amount or degree. Less. More haste, less speed. Prepared. Ready. I'm not ready yet. Loved or valued very much. Dear. Thank you, dear Lord. Concerning or connected with the physical activity that can produce babies. Sexual. I can't get sexual satisfaction. Treating all people the same way. Fair. It's a fair cop. Not being sensible or practical. Crazy. I'm crazy about you. Of or done by someone in authority. Official. Is this official business? Kind and quiet in nature. Gentle. She's gentle and patient. Very bad. Severe. Kuwait suffered severe damage. Causing. Emotional. Martina fears emotional closeness. Using very little time. Quick. Boxers need quick reflexes. Feeling or showing thanks. Grateful. I'm grateful for that. A long way away. Far. He went far away. Believing government should actively support social needs. Liberal. He's had a liberal upbringing. Having the ability to make something new. Creative. What a creative idea. Clearly different in nature from something else. Distinct. That's a distinct possibility. Feeling shame or guilt because you did something wrong. Ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself. Easy to press. Soft. I have soft stools. Not great in size. Little. I have little money. Very bad. Terrible. I have terrible pains. Correct according to social or moral rules. Proper. Use a proper language. Having a thin edge or point that is able to cut. Sharp. Mayuko has sharp eyes. Unusual or odd. Strange. Has anything strange happened? Large in size. Considerable. Tom showed considerable courage. Involving illegal activity. Criminal. The criminal left footprints. Without water. Dry. It's dry as dust. In a good way. Well. You'll get well soon. Done without delay. Immediate. He demands immediate payment. Little in size. Small. What a small world. Concerning something that doesn't exist physically. Abstract. Tom was an abstract artist. Almost cold. Cool. I'm a cool kid. Having a very low temperature. Cold. It's awfully cold today. Containing or holding as much as possible. Full. Sorry, we're full today. Being of the most importance. Principal. Our principal does no teaching. Having to do with trade. Economic. He has much economic knowledge. Not common or usual. Rare. I collect rare coins. Making you like them. Attractive. She has attractive eyes. Concerning the president. Presidential. Calhoun had presidential hopes. Concerning the law. Legal. Slavery was legal there. Having the ability to do something. Capable. She's capable of anything. Slightly hot. Warm. It seems warm outside. Hard. Difficult. Is it difficult work? Being inside something. In. Sugar dissolves in water. Being the inside part of something. Interior. He studied interior decoration. Equal to what is needed. Enough. Let well enough alone. Of the top layer. Surface. Fish surface for air. Extremely big. Giant. Jupiter is a giant planet. Huge. Enormous. He has enormous fingers. Proper or acceptable. Fit. These shoes fit perfectly. Color of the clear sky. Blue. She likes blue dresses. Firmly fixed. Steady. Tom made steady progress. With no mistake or error. Accurate. We need accurate information. Not being able to do something. Unable. He's unable to read. Being far away from people. Remote. He enjoys exploring remote areas. Not old. New. You are new students. Widely known. Famous. The famous pianist smiled. Having big muscles. Strong. A strong wind arose. One of the colors people can see. Pink. Here's my pink notebook. Connected to the internet. Online. Tom takes online courses. Which is thought of as being perfect. Ideal. Describe your ideal breakfast. Concerning companies. Corporate. The corporate headquarters is in Los Angeles. Most important. Primary. Who's your primary physician? Not closed or shut. Open. Please open your bag. Happening sooner than expected. Early. Jane keeps early hours. Satisfactory. Acceptable. Are you in acceptable health? Used or seen daily. Every day. It's just an everyday thing. Command that must be obeyed. Strict. We have strict rules. Not speaking or making noise. Silent. She fell silent suddenly. Having a strong feeling of being upset. Angry. I'm angry with her. Having the desired effect or result. Successful. He's a successful businessman. Working hard doing something. Busy. I like busy places. Having the duty of dealing with something. Responsible. I'm responsible for Tom. Connected with the past. Historical. Christopher Columbus abhorred historical inaccuracies. Move higher. Up. We're meeting up tomorrow? Moving or happening without speed, not fast. Slow. How slow you are. Existing or occurring at the beginning. Initial. Could you initial here? Important. Major. What's your major field? Concerning a nation as a whole. National. He became a national hero. Done by or to a particular person. Personal. It's my personal favorite. Extremely important. Crucial. Tom made a crucial mistake. Greater in amount. More. Speak more slowly, please. About a job such as doctor. Professional. He's a professional photographer. Causing admiration or respect. Impressive. Tom made an impressive presentation. Being wise. Smart. He's a smart boy. Being very skilled at doing something. Master. He's a master craftsman. Wide. Broad. Jim has broad shoulders. Accepted level of quality. Standard. There are standard behaviors. Fair and sensible. Reasonable. We're both reasonable people. Not loud. Quiet. Stay quiet and rest. Concerning genes or the scientific study of how a living thing's appearance. Genetic. Does genetic engineering improve nature? Within or inside. Internal. This is for internal use. Being related or similar to an institution. Institutional. Institutional racism is a serious problem. Having or providing enough when needed. Sufficient. Is there sufficient light? Of or relating to physical health or medicine. Medical. I need medical help. Very similar and often occurring at the same time. Parallel. Tom practiced his parallel parking. Having a lot of weight. Heavy. What a heavy bag. Something that feels pleasant and flat when you touch it, not rough. Smooth. Beware of smooth talk. Being in the middle. Central. Grand Central Station, please. Being real. Genuine. He's a genuine aristocrat. Involve the uncertain or yet to be proved aspects of a certain subject. Theoretical. That shows his theoretical background. Big. Large. Is it large enough? Concerning or concerned with literature. Literary. She has some literary talent. Not hard to do. Easy. Easy come, easy go. Feeling that you can do well at something. Confident. We're confident of victory. Moving or able to move quickly. Fast. You're not fast enough. Not one or the other, not either, none of two things. Neither. I neither drink nor smoke. Concerning religion or faith. Religious. I support religious freedom. Not being worried about something. Comfortable. I'm comfortable in English. Of the present time. Modern. I prefer modern furniture. High in height. Tall. How tall you are. Present and able to be used. Available. Is John available now? Happening after. Subsequent. I can't remember the subsequent events. Most important one. Chief. The police chief resigned. Fortunate. Lucky. How lucky you are. Using electronic signals or computers. Digital. He purchased a digital one. Not thick. Thin. Tom has thin lips. One specific. Particular. Some enjoy particular challenges. Done or given by their own will and not forced to do. Voluntary. Tom gave a voluntary confession. Happening once a year. Annual. What's your annual income? Having a physical or mental illness. Sick. Nurses attend sick people. Happening frequently or without pause. Constant. The patient requires constant care. Having little or no light. Dark. It's all dark outside. Having higher status or authority than another person. Senior. You're a senior partner. Very, very large. Huge. What a huge dog. Immediately after the previous one. Next. School starts next Monday. Same in shape. Equal. Women deserve equal rights. Outside of something. External. I have 3 external hard drives. Involving the chance of hurt or damage. Dangerous. Crossing that desert is dangerous. Having no doubts about something. Sure. That means sure death. Wanting to know more about something. Curious. He's curious about everything. Moving around a lot or doing many things. Active. He's active and fit. Concerning society in general. Public. He embezzled public money. Useful. Functional. Is this engine functional? Liked or enjoyed by many people. Popular. What is popular now? Not allowed by the laws or rules. Illegal. Guns are illegal here. Concerning a city. Urban. That's just an urban legend. Happening near the end of a given time. Late. Better late than never. Happening or beginning not long ago. Recent. This a recent photo? Good. Honest. I'm an honest person. Large. Big. What a big supermarket. Direction that is the opposite of north. South. I'm from South America. Referring to the chance that something will actually happen. Likely. He's likely to come. To make a small-scale copy of a full original. Model. I made a model plane. Very difficult to do or deal with. Tough. Donkeys are tough animals. Of ordinary people. Folk. I like folk songs. One of the parts that consists something. Component. Curiosity is a component of intelligence. Easy to see or clearly understand. Apparent. Tom had no apparent injuries. Concerning the mind. Mental. Tom has mental problems. Involved in a tradition. Traditional. I bake traditional cakes. Complete or full. Whole. My whole body itches. Large. Extensive. What an extensive program. Concerning the treatment or observing patients. Clinical. Sammy is a clinical psychologist. Very small. Slight. There's another slight problem. Person. This. You did this intentionally. Appearing or being different. Unlike. That's so unlike you. Being unexpected and different. Odd. Something is odd here. True or accurate. Correct. Please correct my pronunciation. Most liked. Favorite. Choose your favorite racket. Large enough to be noticed or have an effect. Significant. Where's your significant other? Widespread. General. People blamed General Grant. Real or existing in fact. Actual. What's the actual cost? Coming from. Western. He likes Western culture. Having equality in value. Equivalent. Give me the equivalent in dollars. In a good situation or condition not likely changed. Stable. This stable contains 12 stalls. Being none. No. No pain, no gain. Being out of danger. Safe. Have a safe trip. Special or particular. Specific. I want specific information. Continuing for a limited time. Temporary. It's a temporary condition. Having a great quantity of money or property. Wealthy. He's wealthy and powerful. Extra. Further. We want further information. Concerning. Global. English is a global language. Pulled strongly. Tight. He's tight with money. Very unlikely to happen or exist. Impossible. Nothing's impossible for God. Having to do with a region in the south. Southern. Pskov is in southern Russia. Having little power. Weak. Nancy has a weak will. Behaving in a hostile and threatening way. Aggressive. I wasn't aggressive enough. Difficult. Complex. How complex is it? Having to do with the mind. Psychological. Tom has psychological problems. Fairly hard or solid. Firm. The runner has firm muscles. Producing feelings of enjoyment or delight. Wonderful. What a wonderful invention. Move a hand. Signal. The signal turned green. Involving money. Financial. Tom needs financial help. Producing a lot of light. Bright. That's a bright idea. Good. Fine. I'm feeling fine now. Amusing and enjoyable. Fun. Have fun this summer. Typical or distinctive. Characteristic. It is characteristic of him. Made of gold. Golden. These geese lay golden eggs. Newly made or gathered. Fresh. Eat more fresh vegetables. Very strong. Intense. She's an intense woman. Very. Tiny. She has tiny feet. Concerning a particular area. Regional. This is a regional dialect. Being a color that is a mixture of red and yellow. Orange. I'd like orange juice. Lightest color. White. Follow my white plume. Not easy to understand. Unclear. It's unclear what went wrong. Good or useful in qualities. Positive. This is positive energy. Not well or sick. Ill. Ill-gained, ill-spent. Using techniques that are different or untried before. Experimental. I like experimental rock. Unlike other things. Unique. It's unique and irreplaceable. Concerning or made in your own country. Domestic. What's your favorite domestic beer? Second. Second. No, it's second-hand. Thinking about what you are doing in order to avoid a mistake. Careful. Be careful handling matches. Used to show which person or thing we are talking about. That. How's that working? Being harmful. Negative. You're being negative again. Being strongly driven to win or be better than. Competitive. I wasn't competitive enough. Not tightly attached or held. Loose. He's a loose cannon. Excellent. Good. That's a good idea. Concerning farming. Agricultural. We're an agricultural community. Needing thought or concentration. Serious. How serious I looked. Being attractive to the eye in a simple way. Pretty. It sounds pretty good. Level. Flat. Tom has flat feet. Not many. Few. Little money, few friends. Being worth a lot of money. Valuable. We've lost valuable time. Located on surface of something. On. Put on your shoes. Having a tendency to become uneasy or anxious. Nervous. He's nervous and excited. Belonging to the past. Historic. This is a historic city. Several. Various. He collected various information. Interesting and unexpected. Remarkable. She achieved remarkable results. Having very attractive or appealing physical qualities. Beautiful. How beautiful you are. Responsible for a wrongdoing or an offense. Guilty. I'm the guilty one. Typical. Common. It's a common mistake. Using electricity. Electric. Edison invented the electric lamp. Characteristic of boys or men. Male. The smirking male clerk replied. Normal. Typical. He's a typical workaholic. Standard or regular way of doing something. Normal. I have normal eyesight. Concerning a subject in an considerable way. Relevant. It's a relevant question. Of the color of coffee or chocolate. Brown. Mrs. Brown understands Japanese. Being the last thing in a series. Final. That's my final answer. Done or relating to several countries. International. Happy International Women's Day. Concerning the business of selling products to the public for personal use. Retail. We have 13 retail stores. Made of wood. Wooden. We had wooden boats. Complete or full. Entire. The entire city burned. So good it cannot be improved. Perfect. He's perfect at everything. Costing a lot of money. Expensive. Beef is expensive nowadays. Not alive. Dead. It's a dead end. Having a large distance between two surfaces. Thick. He wears thick glasses. In or toward the north. Northern. Southern men, northern women. Good or enjoyable. Nice. Have a nice Thanksgiving. Sudden and extreme. Dramatic. Nothing dramatic will happen. Not so large in size. Minor. Tom suffered minor injuries. Lasting forever. Permanent. A permanent is extra. Belonging to the same group. Fellow. The fellow is here. Not high. Low. She has low tastes. Feeling unhappy. Sad. Joe looked sad yesterday. Having an uneven or not smooth surface. Rough. He has rough manners. Well known or easily recognized. Familiar. It's familiar to me. Having the ability to change or vary. Variable. The weather is variable in this island. Happening very quickly. Rapid. Layla faced rapid dehydration. Easy to understand. Clear. It's a clear day. Happy that something happened. Glad. I'll be glad to. Relating to what is sensible. Practical. I love practical jokes. Having existed for a long time. Old. He's an old-timer. To make someone not interested in something. Bore. I bore this trial. Very big, large, too big. Massive. It's a massive undertaking. Knowing or feeling that something exists. Aware. I'm aware of that. On side with a hand that most people write with. Right. Raise your right hand. Of something. It's. Youth has its advantages. Close to where you are. Nearby. Where is a nearby pharmacy? Not costing a lot of money. Cheap. That's a cheap store. Right or suitable for some situation or purpose. Appropriate. That's not appropriate here. Capable of happening or becoming reality. Potential. The potential is obvious. Done with force. Violent. Hurricanes are violent storms. Very accurate and exact expression or detail. Precise. What's your precise location? Not heavy. Light. Please light a candle. Easily hurt or damaged. Sensitive. That is sensitive apparatus. Someone who lives in a particular place. Resident. I'm a resident of Boston. Being the color of blood. Red. I like red roses. Not good. Bad. Don't keep bad company. Behaving well. Formal. They exchanged formal greetings. Only. Single. She's a single mother. Being in the shape of a circle or ball. Round. They came round about. Not wide. Narrow. She has narrow hips. Light in color. Pale. You look pale today. Done or experienced by everyone. Universal. Everyone has universal possibilities. Happening or being in the present time. Current. That's the current plan. Not having on. Off. Take off your shoes. Viewed as a whole. Overall. The overall output was tons. Being uncooked. Raw. Tom hates raw onions. Relaxed and not worried or angry. Calm. Try and calm down. One of two. Either. I'm excited either way. In a way considered proper and good by most people. Moral. He lacks moral sense. Having good luck. Fortunate. We're very fortunate here. Happening or done quickly or unexpectedly. Sudden. The sudden noise frightened her. That you don't want others to know. Secret. The secret leaked out. Concerning university courses taken after receiving a 4-year degree. Graduate. I'll graduate this year. Offer. Tender. What a tender gesture. Following the common attitudes and practices. Conventional. They are conventional in their judgment. Having the ability to do something. Able. I'm able to ski. Being large in degree. Substantial. Many buildings sustained substantial damage. Troubled. Upset. The news upset me. Being first made. Original. That's an original idea. Having a high temperature. Hot. How hot it is. Further or added. Additional. We need additional staff. Not hard to understand or do. Simple. These are simple sentences. Connected with people who shares a cultural tradition. Ethnic. What's your favorite ethnic food? A bright planet of gas in the night sky. Star. His star is fading. Different from what is usual. Special. Tom got special treatment. When women carry a child inside them that is not yet born. Pregnant. I got pregnant accidentally. Tasting like sugar. Sweet. Good night. Sweet dreams. Being eager or excited for something to happen. Keen. He's keen on sports. Being extra. Spare. Please spare my life. Causing laughter. Funny. You're a funny man. Right for a particular purpose or occasion. Suitable. It isn't suitable for minors. Something to look at with the eyes. Visual. I'm a visual person. Not having curves. Straight. Draw a straight line. In the same place as another thing. Under. It's under the table. Person of the sex that gives birth to babies. Female. He wanted female companionship. Living in nature. Wild. I like wild flowers. Including many things. Grand. It's the grand opening. Concerning science. Scientific. I attend scientific conferences. Containing nothing. Empty. Those are empty words. Color between black and white. Gray. It's very gray outside. Something related to life and living things. Biological. He's my biological father. Doing things that help someone. Helpful. Tom was a helpful guy. Being very large in size or amount. Vast. The Sahara is a vast desert. Coming before all others in time or place. First. Wash before first wearing. Having a great amount of intelligence or talent. Brilliant. That's a brilliant idea. At the most important or easiest level. Basic. This is basic knowledge. Concerning food made with few or no chemicals. Organic. Lipids are organic compounds. Very fanciful in design. Fantastic. She's in fantastic shape. Concerning or caused by structure. Structural. Chomsky is a structural linguist. Concerning industry or people involved in industry. Industrial. I'm no industrial tycoon. Concerning government or public affairs. Political. Many lacked political experience. Not intelligent. Stupid. How stupid he is. Not liking to work or make an effort. Lazy. What a lazy teacher. Unpleasant to look at. Ugly. What an ugly cat. Used to refer to two things at the same time. Both. They are both unmarried. Happening. Continuous. Everyone wants continuous peace. Concerning the body of a person. Physical. We're studying physical science. When something is required or expected. Due. We went due north. Without being affected or concerned by something difficult or troubling. Regardless. Everyone is eligible regardless of nationality. In agreement or consistent or reliable. Consistent. He isn't consistent with himself. Shared between two or more people. Mutual. They have mutual respect. Containing water or liquid. Wet. Luckily nobody got wet. Of practical use of machines or science in industry. Technical. There are some technical difficulties. Nearly the same. Similar. I've had similar feelings. Normal or usual. Ordinary. That is beneath ordinary decency. Occurring or being done frequently. Regular. He's your regular workaholic. Worried that something bad will happen. Afraid. I'm afraid to fall. Very simple. Plain. It's in plain sight. Being of extreme importance for the success of something. Vital. No vital organs were damaged. Working efficiently to produce a desired result. Effective. How effective is it? Unable to see. Blind. I'm completely blind now. Not to be seen by everyone. Private. That's his private website. Color of lemons or the sun. Yellow. There's a yellow rose. Be in opposition to someone often as competitors. Rival. Don't hold your rival cheap. Color of the sky on a dark night. Black. They have black hair. Concerning cars and vehicles. Motor. The motor started to run. Complete and total. Absolute. That's the absolute truth. Enough. Adequate. This meal is adequate for two. Very good. Great. That's a great idea. More than necessary. Extra. They require extra help. From one end or side of something to the other end or side. Through. Are you through yet? Not of the same kind. Different. Matters are different now. Concerning a king or queen. Royal. He is of royal blood. Feeling pleasure or joy. Happy. You look happy today. Opposite of back. Front. It's the front gate. Concerning ideas considered to be traditional. Classical. Betty likes classical music. Needed or required. Necessary. He makes necessary changes. Existing or happening far away in space. Distant. He is my distant relation. Making a lot of noise. Loud. Tom's loud and domineering. Across from or on the side facing something. Opposite. Tom sat opposite Mary. Without money. Poor. I'm a poor carpenter. Having a lot of money. Rich. People are rich here. Of democracy. Democratic. It's a democratic government. See someone by chance. Spot. Did Spot go too? Can see. Visible. There were no visible dangers. Short. Brief. He is brief of speech. Free from evil or guilt. Innocent. You shed innocent blood. That can help with a particular task. Useful. Horses are useful animals. Being of less importance than something else. Secondary. He attended only secondary school. Pleased because of something you have done. Proud. I'm proud of you. Very old. Ancient. Oh, that's ancient history. Very new and different from what is traditional. Radical. I wanted radical change. Not made by humans. Natural. He has natural gifts. Very bad. Awful. You're an awful hog. Very unpleasant. Horrible. What a horrible man. Morally bad. Evil. She's an evil witch. Able to produce results without waste. Efficient. How energy efficient is that? Someone who relies on someone for support. Dependent. She's dependent on her husband. Existing or happening before the present time. Previous. Sammy had previous offenses. Easily understood and clear. Obvious. It's obvious he's wrong. Causing a good feeling. Pleasant. What a pleasant surprise. Average in size or amount. Moderate. Try to be moderate in drinking. Rising upward a great distance. High. How high is it? Concerning or involving the center of an atom. Nuclear. We're against nuclear weapons. Firm or hard. Solid. It was solid red. Being an adult. Mature. These oranges mature fast. Happening often. Frequent. Japan has frequent earthquakes. Resistant to change. Conservative. They were conservative men. System of government. Federal. Sammy studied federal law. Of a particular society customs and beliefs. Cultural. It's a cultural thing. Most important. Prime. The Prime Minister resigned yesterday. Of citizens of a country. Civil. Keep a civil tone. Existing in large numbers. Numerous. Dan had numerous girlfriends. Making your own decisions. Independent. He's an independent thinker. In or to another or different place. Elsewhere. Robert went shopping elsewhere. With strength or in a strong manner. Strongly. I strongly recommend it. In large part. Mostly. They are mostly polite. As well. Even. I couldn't even guess. Not in a good way. Badly. He was badly wounded. Many times. Often. Fear often exaggerates danger. In a way not requiring control by a person. Automatically. The doors automatically closed. Around. Approximately. We are approximately here. Not very often. Occasionally. He occasionally visited me. In addition. Also. Tom was also there. In part. Partly. It'll be partly cloudy. Wholly. Entirely. You're not entirely wrong. Happening or being in the present time. Currently. Tom is currently unemployed. In an infrequent manner. Rarely. I rarely touch coffee. In a mild. Gently. Speak gently to everyone. Word indicating the negative of verbs. Not. This is not important. Just a while ago. Recently. I recently had surgery. In a manner that measures or compares something to something else. Relatively. She speaks relatively fast. In a normal or usual way. Typically. Peach trees typically bloom in spring. To the side. Aside. Put aside those fears. In spite of what has just been said. Nevertheless. It is nevertheless a good sentence. In a way that is easy to understand. Clearly. He was clearly embarrassed. At all times. Always. Goodbyes are always sad. At the usual time each day. Regularly. Tom regularly attends church. In a well-defined or clear manner. Specifically. What specifically looks wrong? Without anyone or anything else. Alone. John alone went there. Say that something is more than you want. 2. You work too hard. Completely. Absolutely. It is absolutely impossible. Just when. Just. You're just being diplomatic. Concerning a small quantity or degree. Slightly. The ball slightly curved. Actually. Indeed. That is indeed beautiful. In a way that is not known or certain. Somehow. Anyway, somehow you succeeded. In this place. Here. Stay here with us. Near close in the same place not far in a family or group. Together. Let's get together again. In that place or position. There. Is there a milkman? For a very long or seemingly endless time. Forever. You're forever making mistakes. Only. Merely. They are merely different. In accordance with truth or fact or reality. Truly. It is truly regrettable. Often. Frequently. Earthquakes frequently hit Japan. Used to explain the way to do something. How? For how many nights? At an earlier time. Previously. Sammy has previously had a heart attack. In a way that is difficult but still possible. Barely. He just barely succeeded. That is likely to happen or be true. Probably. This probably means war. Little. Somewhat. He was somewhat excited. In a sudden or extreme manner. Dramatically. The situation has changed dramatically. In a manner wishing something to happen. Hopefully. Tom hopefully won't have any more problems. Normally. Usually. I usually play tennis. In or to a foreign country. Abroad. Traveling abroad is very interesting. Quite. Fairly. It's fairly warm today. More than usual. Highly. It is highly improper. At first. Originally. I'm originally from China. Specially. Particularly. He particularly liked history. In. Anywhere. Is she anywhere about? In a direction or movement away from the inside or center. Out. Get out your wallet. Completely. All. It's all dark outside. With regards to each of several persons or things as mentioned. Respectively. Who and who goes where and where, respectively. Lacking seriousness or foolish. Silly. How silly of me. In a complete way. Totally. This is totally unacceptable. In an almost complete or entire manner. Virtually. The battle was virtually over. Very. Quite. We talked quite frankly. Said when something is definitely true or is sure to happen. Certainly. It's certainly a thrill. At any or every time that. Whenever. Come whenever you like. Used to add new information. Actually. He actually did it. More and more. Increasingly. He became increasingly demented. Being very old. Elderly. I respect elderly people. In an unexpected or very quick manner. Suddenly. I've suddenly lost weight. From now. Hence. Hence, I shall have to stay here. Used as expletives. Damn. She came damn late. A lot or to a great degree. Heavily. It rained heavily yesterday. Although. Though. He's rich, though unfriendly. Happening. Weekly. The weekly appears on Thursday. Have returned to a place you were before. Back. Please back me up. Only at certain times. Sometimes. Destiny is sometimes cruel. When one thing is replaced by another. Instead. Translate instead of chattering. Without any delay. Immediately. I'm immediately behind her. 2 times. Twice. I'm twice your age. In a manner that involves focus and care. Carefully. Listen carefully to me. A word people use to change the topic of a conversation. Anyway. He is crazy, but anyway she still loves him. Not ever. Never. I never liked biology. Having happened or been done before this time. Already. It is already 11. In a way that is almost the same as something or someone else. Similarly. He was similarly influenced by American literature. With certainty. Surely. It'll surely rain today. From one side to the other of something. Across. Sign across the stamp. Happening in a short period of time. Briefly. I saw Tom briefly today. At a time not long from now. Soon. Spring will soon come. In a quiet manner. Quietly. He quietly said goodbye. Not in or at any place. Nowhere. There's nowhere to hide. Facing or moving in the direction of something. Toward. Turn toward me, please. In a higher place than something else. Above. This is above reason. After a long time or some difficulty. Finally. He finally made money. In a way that is needed or required. Necessarily. War necessarily causes unhappiness. For that reason. Therefore. I think, therefore I am. In any situation or at any time that. Wherever. Sit wherever you like. Later than another time. After. Quick, run after him. Outward, forward. Forth. The trees are putting forth leaves. At the present time. Nowadays. Young people nowadays are fools. Frequently or without pause. Constantly. He is constantly complaining. Used of an action or condition that is ongoing. Still. I'm still on duty. Used before you explain something simply. Basically. It's basically quite simple. In addition to what has been said. Furthermore. They rob and furthermore cheat each other. By or among a large number of people. Widely. She is widely known. Okay. All right. Is everything all right here? Without the aid of someone or something. Naturally. We naturally got excited. In a way that produces the desired result. Effectively. This effectively makes our enemies helpless. In another and different manner. Differently. I see life differently now. In a lower position. Below. I feel below par. Toward what is ahead or in front. Forward. Move forward one step. Otherwise. Else. Everything else is fine. Completely or entirely. Fully. We were fully satisfied. Therefore. Thus. It thus follows that. Next to. Close. Please close the window. Day before today. Yesterday. She died yesterday afternoon. On this day. Today. Yes, today is Friday. In an easy or clear manner. Simply. I simply adore reading. In a trustworthy manner. Faithfully. He faithfully discharged his duty. In or toward the back. Behind. Work is behind schedule. You say this when you politely ask people for things. Please. Anyway, please come in. In a dangerous or negative manner. Seriously. Harry fell seriously ill. In a way that is important or noticeable. Significantly. This is significantly different. Without question. Definitely. He's definitely not coming. At or to an unknown or unnamed place. Somewhere. He is somewhere about. Therefore. Consequently. It looks consequently bigger. More than usual. Especially. She especially likes music. Concerning a true or likely nature. Presumably. Mary presumably locked the door before leaving. Not beyond the limits of a particular space. Within. It's within walking distance. In the smallest or lowest way. Least. At least you slept. Move towards. To. I'm going to go. In or to a foreign country that is across a sea. Overseas. Give me overseas service, please. Usually. Generally. Breathing is generally overrated. Separated by an amount of time or space. Apart. Don't fall apart now. In large part. Largely. The day was largely uneventful. One time. Once. Read it once more. In a way that is to be regretted. Unfortunately. It is unfortunately true. May be true or likely. Possibly. Alice may possibly come. In every way or as much as possible. Completely. We were completely victorious. On or to the farther side. Beyond. It's beyond my comprehension. Until now. Yet. There is yet time. In or toward the front. Ahead. Go ahead and talk. Just one. Only. I can only wait. Nearby. Closely. He closely resembles his father. After something else has happened. Subsequently. Tom was subsequently arrested. At the present time or moment. Now. Dinosaurs are now extinct. According to what you heard. Apparently. Tom is apparently asleep. In a hard. Firmly. I firmly believe that. At that time, not now. Then. Not now, then when? Finally. Eventually. The penny eventually dropped. Very recently. Newly. She is newly divorced. No more and no less than. Exactly. That's exactly my point. Clearly or undoubtedly not. Hardly. I can hardly walk. In a frank and honest way. Directly. Mayuko came directly home. In an equal. Equally. Both are equally plausible. Night following this day. Tonight. How did tonight go? In an appropriate or correct manner. Properly. The facts weren't properly understood. At a specified length of time in the past. Ago. How long ago was that? Concerning a point or reason after the first. Secondly. Secondly, it includes economic stimulus measures. Without difficulty. Easily. Milk easily turns sour. Only a little less than. Almost. Recovery was almost impossible. To a great. Deeply. Ponder deeply over it. In a way that expresses the exact or literal meaning of something. Literally. He is literally stupid. In the manner that is usual or ordinary. Normally. Lightning normally accompanies thunder. At first. Initially. I initially hated it. Somewhat. Rather. That is rather unexpected. In a way that is obvious to see or understand. Obviously. Tom was obviously sick. Not completely. Nearly. It was nearly noon. Mostly. Mainly. Tom mainly paints landscapes. An extraordinary extent or degree. Greatly. I am greatly impressed. Located on every side. Around. Don't talk around it. Day after today. Tomorrow. Let's leave tomorrow morning. Completely and fully. Altogether. This is altogether different. Done or considered as the final and most important. Ultimately. Who will ultimately decide? That could happen or become reality. Potentially. Our words are potentially ambiguous. In a fair and just manner. Reasonably. This is reasonably priced. Occurring in a slow manner over a period of time. Gradually. It's gradually getting colder. By a specific person. Personally. I'll personally visit you. Possibly but not certainly. Maybe. Well, maybe we can. In a way that is much more than usual or expected. Extremely. Today is extremely hot. At any time. Ever. Nothing is ever right. Very. Really. You're really not stupid. In a faultless manner. Perfectly. We're perfectly safe here. In an inexact or imprecise manner. Roughly. I'm roughly the same age as you. Without taking a lot of time. Quickly. The news quickly spread. Indicates that there will be a bad result if something is done. Otherwise. It is otherwise correct. With great speed. Rapidly. Christmas is rapidly approaching. Agreeing with the facts. True. That's true as well. In an exact and accurate manner. Precisely. That's precisely what happened. Happening every day. Daily. What's the daily rate? Every place. Everywhere. Fleas are everywhere downstairs. At a time earlier than the present. Before. Wash before first wearing. Not here. Away. Keep away from me. At or during the same time. Meanwhile. A new year began meanwhile. Acting like a friend. Friendly. Horses are friendly animals. No longer. Anymore. He can't endure anymore. Before anything else. Firstly. The causes are firstly rooted in deep-seated resentment. In the most basic or important way. Primarily. Our goal is primarily educational. One more time. Again. I'll call again later. Not being likely to happen or not likely to be the truth. Unlikely. That's unlikely to happen. In a manner that achieves a goal. Successfully. Dan successfully eluded police. In addition to what has been said. Moreover. He was a doctor, moreover a poet. Occurring about once every 4 weeks. Monthly. Attached is my monthly report. In an unexpected manner. Surprisingly. Tom is surprisingly agile. In an unhurried or not speedy manner. Slowly. Speak slowly and clearly. Possibly. Perhaps. It will rain perhaps tomorrow. Time when sun does not shine. Night. I'm a night owl. Tools or materials used to perform a task. Equipment. Our equipment was destroyed. Possibility out of several that can be chosen. Option. What other option is there? Group of countries controlled by one government. Empire. The empire strikes back. Device used for catching animals. Trap. Where did you trap them? Something almost the same as another but different. Variation. John is investigating the variation in carbon emissions. A senior manager in a business or organization. Executive. This was an executive decision. Part of an act in a play. Scene. This scene delights me. Person between the ages of 13 and 19. Teenager. You're not a teenager yet. Employee in an office. Secretary. His secretary greeted me. The possibility of getting hurt. Danger. You're in danger here. Someone taking part in race. Competitor. A competitor in training. Ability to think of new ideas. Imagination. Tom's imagination was aroused. Piece of cloth used to cover a window. Curtain. The curtain wants cleaning. Senior person who manages part of an organization. Director. The director reprimanded you. Structure or object that stops free movement. Barrier. Age is not a barrier to stupidity. An exciting and often dangerous experience. Adventure. Cookie likes adventure stories. Tall green plants in a forest. Tree. The tree fell down. Light garment for upper body. Shirt. The shirt needs pressing. Area of a town or city that people live in. Neighborhood. This neighborhood is violent. Part of a person that is not physical and believed to be the source of human emotions and character. Spirit. What's your spirit animal? Time when one relaxes. Rest. The rest follows naturally. State of being present at a place or event. Attendance. I'll take attendance first. Each of the 24 hours beginning at midnight. Day. Either day is okay. Piece of a business. Stock. The stock market tumbled. Act of making ready for a purpose or activity. Preparation. The preparation starts tomorrow. Truck with an enclosed cargo space. Van. President Van Buren was troubled. Act of taking something to a person or place. Delivery. Enter the delivery address. Official certificate which grants a person permission to do or have something. License. My license was confiscated. Brief statement that gives the most important info. Summary. Your summary is not up to par. Groups of things that are similar in some way. Category. Irma is a Category 5 hurricane. Person who owns or has received something. Holder. I'm a holder of ABC travel insurance. Third day of the week. Wednesday. Derby Day is Wednesday fortnight. One side of a sheet of paper. Page. Please read page 94. Piece of cloth. Flag. The flag is up. Person who works in one specific area of a field or profession. Specialist. He's a specialist in economics. Act of entering. Entry. You have an entry ticket. Someone giving advice in business. Advisor. His most important advisor was Henry Kissinger. Flowing water that runs from mountains to the sea. River. The river is wide. Instruction and practice. Discipline. Military discipline is literally rigid. Person that uses a service or thing. User. I don't need the user manual. Series of connected links or rings. Chain. He's a chain smoker. A financial institution that keeps or lends money. Bank. Is the bank open? Steps that go from one level to another. Stair. I go down the stairs. Women's garment with a top part and a skirt. Dress. Evening dress is desired. Process of choosing someone or something carefully. Selection. The selection process worked. Accepting that something is true or that it exists. Recognition. Sammy deserves recognition for this. Thing on either side of your head that you hear with. Ear. My ear is ringing. Set of facts surrounding a person or event. Context. The context is important. Large area with many trees. Forest. The forest is burning. Group of things of the same kind. Bunch. It's a bunch of nonsense. One whose job is involved with engineering. Engineer. The young engineer lacked experience. Usual way of behaving. Habit. His strange habit confounded them. The hot shining star the earth moves around. Sun. The sun came out. A male parent. Father. Finally, my father compromised. Being a member of a group. Membership. Here's my membership card. Thing making the chance of success higher. Advantage. Mechanical advantage is a trade-off. State of extreme ruin and misfortune. Disaster. Newspapers peddle disaster scenarios. Small round container used to hold liquids for drinking. Cup. The cup is nice. The planet we live on. Earth. The earth is round. Something you say. Comment. Every comment is unnecessary. People who are in control of a business or group. Management. I'm a management consultant. Social event often with food. Party. The party is over. Heat and the flame produced when burning. Fire. The fire alarm sounded. Short written work that displays someone's opinions or beliefs regarding a particular subject. Essay. His essay is rubbish. Icy material falling from the clouds. Snow. Quit the snow job. Traveling to new places. Tourism. For us, tourism is very important. People who appear in a play or movie. Cast. I'm completely cast down. A small coin. That coin is counterfeit. Concerning people who have stopped working because they have reached a certain age. Retirement. Now that's a retirement plan. Details or reasons given to make something clear. Explanation. Your explanation lacks concreteness. Area or region controlled by a government and army. Nation. The nation was growing. Public event where people sell goods on tables. Market. The stock market tumbled. Beliefs and customs of a particular group. Culture. Our culture is threatened. Male child. Son. Their son grew bigger. When you wish something would happen. Hope. We hope for peace. Quality or characteristic that someone or something has. Attribute. Cruelty, it's the first attribute of God. Long piece of hard land for cars to travel on. Road. Large-scale road construction began. Series of written names. List. Please list alternate dates. Thing made of pages with writing on that you read. Book. Any book will do. Sign in the body or mind that appears to suggest that one has an illness. Symptom. Do you have this symptom often? Large amount of money and possessions. Wealth. Sammy's wealth was booming. Flat piece of food that has been cut from a bigger piece of food. Slice. Why does this slice exist? Road in a city with buildings and places to walk. Street. This street is lively. Someone who is legally owned by another person. Slave. These are slave wages. A piece of furniture that people sleep on. Bed. This bed looks solid. Chemical used as a medicine. Drug. The drug acted quickly. Empty area with nothing in it. Space. Get unlimited space now. Person studying at school. Student. Study the student more. Type of programs a radio or TV station broadcasts. Coverage. Newspapers are trying to improve their coverage of international news. Refusal to accept something new or different. Resistance. The resistance movement has gone underground. Set of spoken or written words that make a whole statement. Sentence. This sentence is false. School or educational institution for adults. College. I'm a college student. Small piece of paper or plastic used as ID. Card. My card is charged. Someone who buys things to sell to others. Dealer. The dealer wants to sell a car. The act of flying. Flight. Our flight was cancelled. Flat surface on a computer. Screen. What's the screen resolution? Effect or feeling resulting from an experience. Impression. First impressions are important. Light or amusing play or film. Comedy. It's a comedy movie. Belief that something is true without proof. Faith. Keep the faith alive. Poster. Advertisement. The job advertisement specifically requested young people. Part of a room on which you stand. Floor. The floor gave way. Person who spends money to help business grow. Investor. The big investor bought up the stocks. Play with music in which all the words are sung. Opera. He's an opera lover. Problem or reason for concern. Matter. The matter was settled. Time of year when plants start growing after winter. Spring. He's no spring chicken. Message you put in an envelope and send by post. Letter. Your letter crossed mine. Time when there is no war or fighting. Peace. Give peace a chance. Air you take in and out of your body. Breath. His breath reeks of booze. A device that is used to weigh a person or thing. Scale. You cannot scale creativity. Place where actors or musician perform for others. Stage. Tom got stage fright. Party where people rejoice over something. Celebration. Let the celebration start. Usual or standard way in which something is done. Procedure. Is the procedure clear? Quality of things you can see. Color. Its color is red. Way of thinking. Perspective. Tom's perspective has changed. General direction of developing. Trend. That trend should continue. Period of time that is characterized by particular events. Era. It was an era of lawlessness. The transmission configuration in a vehicle. Gear. A small gear is missing here. Device that broadcasts programs. Television. The television doesn't work. Person who you like and enjoy being with. Friend. Whose friend is he? Being kept from harm. Protection. Let's bypass the protection circuit. Law or rule that controls or limits the speed. Restriction. Critics are coming down hard on tightened economic restrictions. Possible effects or results from an action or event. Implication. The implication was clear. Stringed musical instrument played with the fingers. Guitar. Whose guitar is this? Middle part of your leg that bends. Knee. My knee is bleeding. Level of study that is completed by a student. Grade. What grade are you in? Distinct. Item. What item was it? Employees of a company. Staff. Is the staff professional? Land that a person owns. Estate. She is an estate agent. Someone who is active in politics. Politician. A politician always forgets. Association of sports teams that organizes matches for its members. League. She's an Ivy League graduate. Direction that the sun sets from north. West. He traveled west by train. Amount of money paid for a particular service. Fee. There's a fee for admission. Attempt to force a person to the ground. Tackle. Could you tackle this? Animal of any type. Creature. I'm a creature of habit. Fact of not being present. Absence. Darkness is the absence of light. Organization that provides a product or service. Supplier. Sammy paid his drug supplier back. Action taken to force a country to obey laws. Sanction. Tom will never sanction this. Long hole dug in the ground. Channel. Turn to channel 1. A set of clothes that show you are part of a group or school. Uniform. Tom keeps his uniform clean. The last part of the day and early part of the night. Evening. It's not evening yet. Arrangement with a bank to keep your money for you. Account. Your account is empty. Something that influences a result. Factor. What factor contributed to the reaction? Act of disagreeing or trying to stop something. Opposition. Their opposition broke down. Willingness to take new ventures. Enterprise. The enterprise was doomed to failure. Regular payments you receive after you retire. Pension. He has a pension to live on. Small piece of paper you buy to put on a letter that you mail. Stamp. The stamp came off. Piece of paper showing what you have to pay. Bill. How fast Bill runs. Large group of people together in one place. Crowd. The crowd calmed down. Helping a cause by giving money. Contribution. Your contribution to the school is tax deductible. Situation where armies fight each other. War. The Cold War continued. Informal man. Guy. That guy annoys me. A planned piece of work for specific purpose. Project. The project is underway. Building with a bar license to sell alcohol. Pub. There's a pub just around the corner. An action or task. Activity. Industrial activity is brisk. Test performed to assess new ideas or theories. Experiment. The experiment was successful. Large group of soldiers organized to fight in wars. Army. The Confederate Army retreated. Someone who supports. Ally. Let's ally ourselves to that group. Things. Property. The property is mine. Animal with a woolly coat raised for meat or wool. Sheep. The sheep is bleeding. Coins or notes we use to pay for things. Money. Ready money will away. Person that someone really is. Self. You take my self-control. Painting. Picture. Is the picture straight? One of a pair of long flat runners attached to the feet for gliding over snow. Ski. She's a ski instructor. Front part of the head where eyes. Face. Wipe your face clean. Path. Trail. The trail got steeper. A point that marks the limit of something. End. The end is nigh. Animal of the lion. Cat. The cat is liked. Time that is to come after the present. Future. The future is unknowable. Any growth caused by abnormal cell division. Cancer. I'm a cancer patient. Factual proof that helps to establish the truth. Evidence. The evidence is clear. An official who heads a government department. Minister. The minister had to resign. Contest between either people. Race. The race was fixed. Unit of language that has a meaning. Word. The word meant attendance. Stiff but usually come. Plastic. My plastic bottle broke. Mathematical statement showing things to be equal. Equation. The equations are very complicated. Act of recording information on an official list. Registration. No registration is required. Feeling of happiness. Pleasure. The pleasure is mine. Conversation between two or more individuals. Dialogue. Please translate this dialogue into Spanish. Formal statement of the desires or decisions of a group. Resolution. Congress approved the resolution in October. Person in charge of a country. President. The president abolished slavery. 1/100th of a whole. Percent. 13% remain undecided. Instance when someone agrees to work with at least one other person. Cooperation. Your cooperation is appreciated. Structure built over river so you can cross. Bridge. This bridge looks secure. Not knowing what to do. Confusion. The confusion beggars description. Examination. Test. John finished his test. Pot. Vessel. A blood vessel burst inside his brain. Person who is in the military. Soldier. The soldier acted bravely. Measured or considered in comparison to something else. Relative. Supply is relative to demand. Something measured in minutes. Time. Your time is up. Visible shape or style. Form. Bacteria usually form colonies. An airplane. Plane. The plane crashed suddenly. Person whose job it is to connect phone calls. Operator. Call the operator at 104 then. Small four-legged animal that barks kept as a pet. Dog. Which dog is yours? A brown drink made from roasted beans and boiled water. Coffee. I've had coffee already. Particular type of material. Substance. This substance will mix with water. Word you use to ask about the time or day. When. Metal contracts when cooled. The state or quality of being dark in color. Darkness. The darkness is gone. Payments to cover potential loss. Insurance. This insurance covers everything. Person who loves someone or is loved by someone. Lover. My lover doesn't love me. Clothing worn outside over your normal clothes. Coat. This coat is rainproof. Drop of salty water from the eye. Tear. Your tears tear my heart. List of dishes available at a restaurant. Menu. Our menu changes monthly. State of being unemployed or not having a job. Unemployment. Tom receives unemployment benefit. Someone who creates plans to make something. Designer. She wears designer clothes. Act of informing people about something publicly. Announcement. Their wedding announcement is exquisite. Land near the sea or ocean. Coast. The coast is clear. State of having a legal right to possess something. Ownership. Our ownership in the company is 60%. Soft yellow metal that is very valuable. Gold. Here's a gold coin. Area that includes certain kinds of job. Sector. Tom is not authorized for this sector. Earned money from work. Income. Tom had no income then. Colored floor covering made of wool. Carpet. This carpet feels nice. Feeling of liking someone. Friendship. Our friendship remained firm. Animal with feathers that uses wings to fly. Bird. This bird cannot fly. Importance of something. Significance. What's the significance of that? Way in which one sees or understands something. Perception. This perception is incorrect. Top and bottom part of the outside of person's mouth. Lip. Don't pay lip service to me. Place that provides entertainment. Resort. Don't resort to violence. Typical of a particular group or thing. Representative. Monet's art is representative of Impressionism. Something given to another for a reason. Gift. Is this gift Laura's? Saturday and Sunday. Weekend. Let the weekend begin. Unpleasant feeling caused by being aware of danger. Fear. He didn't fear death. Wire carrying electricity. Cable. Tom doesn't have cable TV. Act of helping someone. Assistance. They needed assistance immediately. Ability to do something well. Skill. That's my skill talking. Person who can represent and decide for others. Agent. Education is the agent of progress. State of being comfortable or relaxed. Ease. I'm at ease in English. Process of choosing someone by voting. Election. The election was unanimous. A bird which cannot fly that is raised for its eggs and meat. Chicken. My chicken is here. Decision between two or more possibilities. Choice. The choice is yours. Drops of water that fall out of clouds in the sky. Rain. It may rain soon. Collection of facts and details about something. Information. Where's the information desk? An adult male human being. Man. A man overtook her. Particular position or area. Location. The location has changed. Learning something for the first time. Discovery. The discovery surprised me. Single thing or person. Unit. The 50-unit phone card. Straight edge of an object. Side. Which side is batting? Building for sick people. Hospital. I hate hospital food. Total of all the goods. Economy. The economy is good. Substance found in some foods. Protein. He took a protein shake. Careful thought. Consideration. Please show consideration for other passengers. Careful study to better understand something. Analysis. Your analysis is correct. Judgment about the value or condition of something. Evaluation. The evaluation could take months. Seventh day of the week. Sunday. It was Sunday yesterday. Punishment for committing a crime or offense. Penalty. The penalty was missed. Quality of being fast or quick. Speed. This speed is insane. Two of the same thing. Pair. What a pair of morons. Area inside the entrance of a house. Hall. This hall holds 2,000 people. Promise or decision to do something for a purpose. Commitment. Your commitment helps your cause. Two children born from same mother at same time. Twin. They have twin daughters. Opinion that is made after careful consideration. Judgment. I made a judgment call. Sixth month of the year. June. Is it June already? Fourth month of the year. April. School starts April 8th. Large area of water surrounded by land. Lake. This lake is deep. The color of young leaves. Green. We like green stadium. A change. Amendment. The amendment was first proposed in 1789. Act or process of joining in a particular activity. Involvement. Tom denies involvement in the bombing. Something with a chance of happening or being true. Possibility. The possibility is exciting. Organized group of workers. Crew. The crew is large. Reason for which something is done. Purpose. What purpose does this serve? Continual rise in the prices of products. Inflation. High unemployment and inflation continued. Making something smaller. Reduction. He advocated reduction of taxes. Living thing with leaves and roots growing in soil. Plant. This plant looks sick. Character played by an actor. Role. Religion's role is central. Direction you are looking. Gaze. A gaze can tell anything. Place in the middle of something. Center. The center is an ideal. Person who is being taught. Pupil. The pupil learns nothing. 11th month of the year. November. My birthday is November 10th. Act of expanding or becoming bigger. Expansion. The expansion is aging. Long piece of metal you use for cutting things. Knife. This knife cuts well. Outer covering for the foot made from leather. Shoe. What's your shoe size? Long. Rail. I cross the rail tracks every morning. Where one area ends and another begins. Boundary. The neighbors drew a boundary line. Flat board attached to a wall on which to store things. Shelf. What shelf is it on? Being in a good condition. Health. For health and pleasure. Person who helps another. Assistant. The assistant kept $2. Being the highest or most extreme level achieved in an area. Record. This record still stands. All of space and everything in it. Universe. The universe is endless. Activity you do in order to make money. Work. You must work more. Concerning soldiers or the armed forces. Military. He studied military history. Person who can vote in an election. Voter. Each voter must decide for himself. Land covered with trees. Wood. Dry wood burns quickly. Statement that says how things should be. Rule. His rule was despotic. Small part of something. Detail. I'll explain in detail next week. Area around or near something. Outside. Think outside the box. Tool. Implement. Why don't you implement it? Pages of a book are made from this. Paper. Blotting paper absorbs ink. Person who judges and gives opinions. Critic. Philosophy is the critic of cosmologies. Thing you put over something to close or hide it. Cover. I'll cover for you. Fact of adding something. Addition. I like addition but not subtraction. Not of the same kind. Difference. The difference is substantial. Married woman. Wife. My wife looked surprised. Natural scenery of a place. Landscape. Survey the landscape below. Part of the body where an arm attaches or joins. Shoulder. My right shoulder hurts. Part that is broken off of something. Fragment. There's a tiny fragment that's broken off. Formal group of people with a particular purpose. Organization. This organization lacks unity. Educator who works at a college or university. Academic. His academic achievements are impressive. Quick or temporary look. Glance. Jane threw a glance at us. Person_s unique character. Personality. Tom's personality complicates matters. Point at which two things meet. Joint. The joint was empty. Being unfamiliar or not known. Unknown. Everything unknown is doubted. Planned set of actions. Program. I program in PHP. System of government in which everyone is equal. Democracy. When did democracy come into existence? New invention or idea that is created. Innovation. Sammy started a major innovation to the store. The way a person or thing acts. Behavior. His behavior puzzled me. Act or state of becoming infected with a disease. Infection. The infection is spreading. Rank or level in society. Class. I have class tomorrow. Rules explaining how words are used in a language. Grammar. Her grammar is bad. Organization of workers to look after their needs. Union. It's the Union Jack. Any art that invokes supernatural powers. Magic. It's a magic number. Activity make people have a good time by singing. Entertainment. Sometimes entertainment is provided. Items such as tables. Furniture. The furniture was dusty. Footwear covering your foot and part of your leg. Boot. My computer won't boot up. Person who writes news reports for newspapers. Journalist. The journalist was kidnapped by terrorists. High level of worth or excellence. Quality. Tom does quality work. Chemical element with an atomic number of 6. Carbon. It's carbon or soot. Community of people living together. Society. The society made him president. One of the bodies that orbit the sun. Planet. That planet has imploded. Detailed proposal of actions to do something. Plan. Your plan sounds great. Act or process of writing and passing laws. Legislation. We have to pass this legislation. Something different or not included. Exception. The exception proves the rule. Some music with words in verse. Song. This song sounds sad. Belief. Idea. Express your idea clearly. A formal discussion to reach an agreement. Negotiation. The negotiation is off. Journey or visit to a place. Trip. Round trip or one way. Business that produces books or magazines. Publisher. We need a publisher first. Use or knowledge of science in industry. Technology. Why does technology hate me? Yellowish solid food made from aged milk. Cheese. I like cheese pizza. White stick filled with tobacco and covered in paper. Cigarette. Put that cigarette out. Curved or bent tool. Hook. The hook doesn't catch. The air around us. Atmosphere. The atmosphere was uncomfortable. Things children play with. Toy. My toy is broken. An activity you wish to try that may be hard to do. Challenge. Tom will challenge you. How big or small a thing is. Size. One size fits all. Track made with stones over the ground. Path. The path is broken. Thing of any kind. Anything. Is it anything serious? Small animal that has fur and a long tail. Mouse. That mouse is expensive. First attempt at a piece of writing. Draft. Attached is the draft compilation. Play that is performed on stage. Drama. He's a drama queen. Recording capturing action with sound. Video. This video is boring. Dropping from a standing position to the ground. Fall. Cool fall is here. The time when you are a child. Childhood. His childhood was harsh. Flat horizontal piece that forms stairs. Step. Let me step inside. Having knowledge of something. Awareness. Developing political awareness takes time. The part you get when one is divided into two. Half. He didn't half swear. Unit of weight equal to 16 ounces, or 0.4536 kilograms. Pound. Penny wise, pound foolish. Test of your knowledge of. Exam. The exam is easy. Person who is tricked or made to suffer. Victim. I'm the victim here. Large. Court. The court found him guilty. The feeling that you don't really know what will happen. Uncertainty. This uncertainty is unbearable. Lowest part of the leg we use to stand on. Foot. I'll foot the bill. Distance of something from the bottom to the top. Height. It's the height of luxury. Set amount of time during which events take place. Period. My period is regular. Amount of work used trying to do something. Effort. Your effort deserves praise. Making someone known to another by name. Introduction. They met through her introduction. Often dishonest plan to get or do something. Scheme. This scheme is clumsy production-wise. Distinct part or step in a process. Phase. I think that whole phase is over. A password made of a set of letters or numbers. Code. What's your zip code? Electronic screen on which you can see images. Monitor. That monitor is expensive. Something that happens. Event. One event followed another. 10th month of the year. October. It's October the 3rd. Sound made when you speak or sing. Voice. Your voice carries well. The work of running something. Administration. The university administration lowered tuition. Small river. Stream. The stream winds through the meadow. Combined into. Compound. What is salt a compound of? Need for food. Hunger. I have hunger pangs. Particular type of thing or person. Variety. Give variety to your meals. Way of doing by using special knowledge or skill. Technique. Tom's technique is impressive. Place with a large amount of salt water. Sea. The sea is down. Spiritual part of a person. Soul. Your soul needs rescue. Use of physical force to harm someone. Violence. Sometimes violence is useful. Big or small piece of work someone has to do. Task. This task requires dexterity. Written or printed list. Index. My index finger was suddenly itchy. Time when a baby or young animal is born. Birth. I use birth control. Limits within which something extends or varies. Range. We discussed a wide range of topics. Many or much of. Lot. And a lot more. Focus of your thoughts on something. Attention. He is attention itself. 6th day of the week. Saturday. It was Saturday night. Activity that involves taking chances or risks. Venture. Tom is a venture capitalist. Part of the year when the weather is hot. Summer. It's like summer outside. Means. Capability. The man has the capability to talk. Play or movie set to music. Musical. The girl lacked musical ability. Someone you have a business or personal relationship with. Partner. Tom's skating partner is Mary. Quality of making people like you. Charm. Tom is charm personified. Group or class of similar things or people. Sort. I sort of understand. Way into a place. Entrance. There's no entrance fee. Number of years a person has lived. Age. Old age is merciless. Number of people or things gathered together. Group. He's the group leader. The flavor in your mouth from food or drink. Taste. These apples taste good. Dark shape that appears when something is against the shadow. The shadow is fading. Person or thing that wins a contest or race. Winner. The winner was Tom. Powerful. Passion. This tastes like passion fruit. Emotion or a state of mind. Mood. Tom's mood has changed. Study of ideas about the fundamental nature of life. Philosophy. Chinese philosophy is the best. Something that is not correct. Error. An error was made. Formal relationship between a husband and a wife. Marriage. Hasty marriage seldom succeeds. Area of land that is surrounded by water. Island. Is the island sinking? Second day of the week. Monday. It is Monday today. Book. Mystery. This mystery is solved. Near white color metal with high value and the symbol AG. Silver. There's no silver bullet. Sudden unplanned event causing damage. Accident. An accident has happened. To supply money for something. Fund. Singapore's central fund provides pensions. A perfectly round shape. Circle. Please circle the right answer. Person who reads written or printed materials. Reader. The reader is important. Way of acting or doing something. Mode. I'm in a different mode now. Cultural event with a program of events. Festival. Is the festival free? Shape with 4 equal length sides and 4 equal angles. Square. Times Square is empty. Person who makes a speech before a group. Speaker. The speaker is middle-aged. Place where books and other media are kept. Library. The library is closing. Careful plan or method for achieving a goal. Strategy. You're the strategy expert. A hard brown candy made from cocoa beans. Chocolate. Ooh. Chocolate mousse. Yummy. Measurable extent of length. Dimension. Find the dimension of this subspace. The outer form of something. Shape. Pull into shape after washing. Description listing the basic information about a person or group. Profile. I like your profile picture. Organization created for a particular cause or purpose. Institution. The institution must be protected. Test of your knowledge of. Examination. The examination is approaching. Something you believe to be so. Assumption. That assumption is wrong. Place where shows are performed on a stage. Theater. Which theater is that? Person attracted to someone of the same sex. Yay. Sammy had a gay son. Piece of equipment used to do work. Machine. This machine impressed everyone. A very young person. Child. Any child knows it. Having the freedom to make your own decisions. Independence. Today is Independence Day. Present. Site. This site is useful. Make the price of something lower. Discount. Let's get discount tickets. Experienced through long service or practice. Veteran. Tom is a veteran now. Gift. Present. Choose a present carefully. Good result or effect. Benefit. We shared the benefit together. The direction where the sun rises. East. I miss East Germany. Need for something to drink. Thirst. My thirst is quenched. A mass of water vapor in the sky. Cloud. That cloud bodes rain. How often something happens. Frequency. What's the frequency of the processor? The process of voting in an election. Poll. The poll was taken yesterday. Sports competition to find the best player or team. Championship. Tom won the championship last year. Outer layer of an animal or human. Skin. My skin burns easily. Group of things one on top of another. Pile. The pile of shit hit again. Ordinary person who is not in the army. Civilian. One civilian was killed. Something good that you have successfully done. Achievement. Every great achievement was once considered impossible. Ability to hold. Capacity. This elevator's capacity is 10 people. Duty that must be performed because of a law. Obligation. I have no obligation here. Act of coming between two or more parties in a situation or disagreement to try to change the result. Intervention. The intervention was necessary. Round object circling the earth at night. Moon. The moon is risen. Day when people don't go to work or school. Holiday. It's a holiday tradition. Act of continuing to exist when facing difficulty. Survival. Tom's survival was considered miraculous. Quality that makes something funny. Humor. We'd better humor Tom. Building in which a family. House. Your house needs repairing. Inside of the neck that swallows. Throat. My throat feels dry. Something expensive or costly that is not needed which is bought for pleasure. Luxury. It is a luxury cruise. Set of beliefs about a god or gods. Religion. Every religion prohibits murder. Process of giving or receiving teaching. Education. Your education is important. Person who is actively involved and included in something. Participant. All participants must be registered. Order in which things happen. Sequence. Autodestruct sequence was set. Thing which represents a category. Example. See the example given above. Unit for measuring temperature or angles. Degree. I took my degree in biology. Long-term loan from a bank for buying property. Mortgage. I suffered from my mortgage loan. Person who works. Worker. Nature's greatest worker is time. A machine for storing information and accessing the internet. Computer. The computer is new. High land not as high as a mountain. Hill. The hill is always green. Group of 12 citizens who listen to information about the problem or crime. Jury. The jury is hung. Hit using the foot. Kick. Don't kick the door open. Early part of the day before 12 p.m. Morning. The morning was clear. Workplace for the conduct of scientific research. Laboratory. Tom is in the laboratory now. Someone who operates a vehicle. Driver. Neither driver was injured. Person who fights for or supports strongly. Champion. I'm the world champion now. Big stone. Rock. I love rock musicians. Action. Symbol. It's a symbol of friendship. Part of a company you own. Share. I share your idea. Person you work together or cooperate with. Colleague. My colleague doctored the report. Public event at which an object or group of objects is put on display for people to look at. Exhibition. The exhibition is now open. A person who buys. Buyer. Let the buyer beware. Place or region where people build homes and few people have lived before. Settlement. The settlement is a matter of time. 12 people or things. Dozen. I bought 2 dozen pencils. Drawing showing information in a clear way. Chart. The chart illustrates how the body works. Opening into or through something. Hole. The hole is narrow. Important topic discussed. Issue. And the issue is? Person invited to visit or stay in someone's home. Guest. Sign the guest book. Word that expresses an action or state. Verb. No verb in this sentence. Outdoor area or garden next to a house. Yard. Our yard is large. Process of cleaning your body by standing under falling water. Shower. This shower is broken. Person who writes poems. Poet. The poet writes poems. Device that is used for creating music. Instrument. What instrument does Tom play? A living creature that is not a plant or person. Animal. What animal is it? Adult female human being. Woman. That woman stays young. Person who works in another person's house and usually is responsible for cooking. Servant. The servant swept the floor. Ground that slants downward or upward. Slope. The slippery slope is unavoidable. Part of a piece of music. Movement. Every movement is painful. How much something is worth. Worth. Kyoto is worth visiting. How hot or cold something is. Temperature. His temperature is normal. Written fiction story. Novel. This novel bores me. Mix of sand and other natural material on the surface of the earth that is used to grow plants. Soil. The soil retained richness. Particular form of something and other forms. Version. Its English version is perfect. Long thin strands on your head or body. Hair. Your hair wants cutting. Treatment intended to help fix your problem or medical illness. Therapy. Maybe therapy would help. Married man. Husband. I'll call my husband. Deep. Pot. The pot was mine. Written part of a book or other work. Text. What's the text about? Game or physical exercise with rules. Sport. Tom teaches sport psychology. Waves traveling in air or water that can be heard. Sound. The sound died away. Data stored in logical order to aid retrieval. Database. The database is full. What something is intended to be used for. Function. The function was cancelled. Warning of probable trouble. Threat. The threat is real. Pleasant and relaxed feeling. Relief. The relief is instantaneous. Friendly greeting to someone who has arrived. Welcome. Money is welcome everywhere. Quantitative relationship in size. Ratio. What's the student/teacher ratio at your school? Person who teaches others. Teacher. The teacher grades easily. Large defensive building in historical times. Castle. That castle is beautiful. Act of trying to hurt someone by hitting them. Fight. The fight is over. Condition. Situation. The worst situation resulted. Highest or upper part or point of something. Top. This takes top priority. Building to display art. Museum. That museum is worth visiting. Word you use to ask the location of something. Where? Guess where I've been. Negative judgment of something. Criticism. Your criticism is unfair. Main purpose or center of interest or activity. Focus. Please just focus it. Very good understanding of something, a clear idea about how something works. Insight. Any insight would be appreciated. Alcoholic drink made from the juice of grapes. Wine. This wine tastes good. Condition or state of someone or something being at a certain place. Presence. Mary's very presence inspired Tom. State of being free from harm or danger. Safety. There's safety in numbers. Money that is made by or paid to a business. Revenue. His revenue doubled after retirement. Agreement or harmony. Accord. His ideas accord with theirs. Giving something for money. Sale. These are on sale everywhere. Paying money for something. Expense. No expense was spared. Place which sells things. Shop. Many people shop here. Administrative region within a country or a state. County. The county administration works slowly. Object shaped like a cup that rings when hit. Bell. What did Bell invent? State of confusion and disorderliness. Mess. Don't mess me around. Way of thinking. Tradition. That tradition continues today. Act of implementing. Implementation. We guarantee swift implementation of the plan. Feeling of worry or anxiety. Concern. This doesn't concern me. Ninth month of the year. September. Today is September 1st. Group or company that makes a certain product. Manufacturer. Volkswagen is a German car manufacturer. Being important. Importance. What importance did nationalism have? Form in which a book. Edition. The latest edition has been completely updated. Generic description for things. Stuff. Leave my stuff alone. Working well. Efficiency. The energy conversion efficiency is high. An area of land that is controlled by a government. Country. He likes country music. Lowest part of something. Bottom. What's the bottom line? Market for software is expected to expand. Software. Is my software up to date? Sounds that are sung or played to give pleasure. Music. The music lured everyone. Will to achieve a goal despite difficulties. Determination. Tom's determination is admirable. Experience or state of failing to have or keep. Loss. Every loss is difficult. Large animal with 4 legs used for riding. Horse. The horse came first. Way to get from one place to another place. Route. They came by Route 17. Person speaking a language from birth. Native. What's your native language? Part of an animal's body that extends from its back end. Tail. The mouse's tail is long. Crossed rope with partly open pattern. Net. The net is huge. Struggle or competition between rivals. Contest. This contest is fixed. A group of people who are related through blood. Family. My family is small. A large road vehicle used for carrying many people. Bus. Where's the bus stop? Specific location where someone or something is. Position. I understand your position perfectly. Hard substance used in building made by mixing cement. Concrete. Let's consider a concrete example. A boy or man who shares a parent with you. Brother. My brother is out. Your personality or nature. Character. This character represents Scotland. Degree to which an area is filled or covered. Density. Japan has a high population density. Name given to something to identify or describe it. Title. The title is misleading. Vehicle that carries people and runs on rails. Train. The train was derailed. Matter people talk or write about. Topic. The topic is happiness. Physical or mental strength. Energy. We must reduce energy demand. Distance below a surface. Depth. You're out of your depth here. Set of rooms to live in on one floor of a building. Apartment. Your apartment looks wonderful. First day of the week. Friday. Tom took Friday off. Animal that bacon comes from. Pig. The pig is pink. Sum of money owed to somebody that is not yet paid. Debt. The national debt is growing. Produces or provides what is wanted or needed. Source. Where's the source code? Property of being an amount by which something is less than expected or required. Deficit. A budget deficit must be financed somehow. Human beings in general. People. Foreign people intrigue me. Second day of the week. Tuesday. Is it Tuesday already? Place where two lines. Corner. Turn at that corner there. Flat dish used for eating or serving food. Plate. The plate is dirty. A written composition in verse. Poem. Who's that poem by? Formal request for job. Application. His application went through. Fear about what might happen. Anxiety. He has anxiety issues. Sudden event needing an immediate action. Emergency. Where's the emergency exit? Person or animal that is fully grown. Adult. 2 adult tickets, please. Person of great courage and strength who saves others. Hero. You're my hero today. Box or container items are placed in for mailing. Package. Put this package aside. Long container you fill with hot water to wash in. Bath. Is the bath ready? A female child of someone. Daughter. My daughter has braces. How something is done. Way. The way is long. Someone whose job is to research. Reporter. The reporter criticized the politician. Part of cell in a that controls the development and appearance of a living thing. Gene. Tom has a rare gene mutation. Group of musical notes that make a nice sound. Tune. I remember hearing this tune before. 1/12 of a foot. Inch. He looks every inch a gentleman. Act of controlling or reducing the size of something. Limitation. The leaders discussed the limitation of nuclear weapons. Hard. Stone. Leave no stone unturned. Functioning. Operation. The operation cannot wait. Basic structure of something. Framework. The whole framework was made of iron. Talk or speech about a particular subject. Lecture. His lecture disappointed us. Something done to learn or teach something. Lesson. Let's read lesson 3. A special assignment that is given to a person or group. Mission. The mission was aborted. Number that is represented as a 1 followed by 24 zeros. Quadrillion. Are there any quadrillionaires in the world? Amount that is more than necessary. Excess. All excess is abominable. Person or thing belonging to a group or team. Member. Every member must attend. System for sending and receiving signals through the air. Radio. The radio doesn't work. Event. Incident. The incident upset him. Process of producing a book. Publication. No publication date was announced. Middle size. Medium. The medium is the message. Light meal eaten in the middle of the day. Lunch. We ate lunch early. Smooth rounded line that is not straight. Curve. I hit a curve ball. Person with an important position in an organization. Officer. Another police officer came. One of 4 equal parts of something. Quarter. It's 1:45. State of being male or female. Gender. Grammatical gender is not universal. Person who plays sports. Player. We're 1 player short. Dark hard substance from the earth burnt as a fuel. Coal. The coal is burning. Having or owning something. Possession. He is in possession of this land. A container with 4 straight sides and a lid. Box. Take that box away. How heavy something is. Weight. I'll gain weight again. A discussion in which you disagree with another's opinion. Argument. Settle the argument soon. Someone who you work. Mate. Where is the mate to this sock? Machine that changes energy into mechanical motion. Engine. Is this engine functional? Company producing or growing a certain product. Producer. France is well known as a wine producer. Expert who gives advice. Consultant. The consultant misrepresented his background. The design and construction of buildings. Architecture. I call architecture frozen music. Period of 7 days. Week. The week is over. Extra time allowed to complete something. Extension. I need an extension cord. Vehicle that can fly. Aircraft. Ships can't rival aircraft for speed. Helpful act of kindness. Favor. A favor costs nothing. Something purchased hoping its value will increase. Investment. This investment is risky. Something you decide you want to do. Objective. Does objective history exist? Talking to people. Communication. All communication is translation. Medical condition in which a person's sadness stops him from living his life normally. Depression. I suffer from depression during the wintertime. When you are young. Youth. The youth was quiet. Small round object often used in a game or sport. Ball. The ball slightly curved. Group of people who do or decide something. Committee. The committee approved the budget. Small piece of something. Bit. Every little bit helps. Search for information about something. Investigation. Further investigation is required. Group of people who share an interest. Club. The club has 30 members. Set of organized. System. Is the system linear? Point at which something begins or is created. Origin. Its origin is unclear. Body part at the end of a person's arm. Hand. Keep your hand still. Enclosed space that holds something. Chamber. Sammy looked inside the chamber. Part or unit with a specific job. Module. The crew can enter the underwater vehicle using a plug-in module. Person who entertains guests. Host. Who will host the party? Way you act. Attitude. His attitude disgusts me. Animal that swims and lives in the sea. Fish. A fish can swim. Something that is liked or wanted more than another. Preference. It's a priority, not a preference. Natural law that explains how things work. Principle. Carelessness is his principal feature. Thing with a glass surface used to look at yourself. Mirror. A mirror reflects light. Things you are able to see from a specific place. View. The view is amazing. Argument between two or more parties about something. Dispute. I won't dispute that. Amount or number of something. Quantity. I put quantity after quality. Solution to a problem or test question. Answer. Your answer is right. Piece of equipment or buildings with a special use. Facility. Is the facility clean? Narrow path or space through which people or objects can go through. Passage. No passage this way. Course of action proposed by an organization. Policy. Your policy is mistaken. The person or thing that does the action of a verb. Subject. This subject is taboo. Specific form of evildoing. Vice. My worst vice is smoking. Person who writes books. Author. The author is Brazilian. Time you arrange to meet someone or do something. Appointment. Tom's appointment ran late. Building where Christians gather and pray to God. Church. The church is unnecessary. Someone who is skilled at studying details of data. Analyst. I don't trust that analyst. Person who acts in the theater. Actor. The actor missed a line. Two-wheeled vehicle ridden by pushing on foot pedals. Bike. I bike to work. List of items that are available for purchase. Catalog. Our catalog will be sent on demand. Act of pointing something at a target. Aim. We aim to please. Plan. Formula. Complete the formula here below. Basic substance produced by mixing elements. Chemical. Magnesium is a chemical element. Sudden bright light. Flash. Did you flash your lights? The earth. Land. Airplanes land at airports. Action or sound of laughing. Laughter. Tom heard laughter outside. Baked food made from flour. Bread. This bread is delicious. Hard transparent material used for making windows. Glass. This glass contains water. Real facts about something. Truth. Only the truth hurts. The quality of being physically or visually attractive. Beauty. Her beauty is incomparable. When you talk with other people. Conversation. Their conversation went on. Form. Format. The format is different. Way of doing something. Method. The method is wicked. Open area of land. Field. This field is uncultivated. Program for poor or unemployed people help living. Welfare. They are welfare queens. Measurement of distance or of time. Length. What's the length of this bridge? Specific term or demand in a legal agreement. Clause. Prohibited clauses were added to the terms of service. Large amount of water covering land that is usually dry. Flood. The flood parted them. Person moving to another country to live there. Immigrant. The immigrant says things explicitly. Person who has been forced to leave his or her country due to a war or for religious reasons. Refugee. Tom applied for refugee status. Something that is used for fighting. Weapon. Put your weapon down. One of the 5 long parts of the hand. Finger. Oops. My finger slipped. A person's physical self. Body. I need body lotion. Time when a thing might be done. Opportunity. That opportunity was lost. Way in which something is put together. Composition. Do a composition exercise, please. A person. Human. Parrots imitate human speech. Success in defeating an opponent. Victory. Our victory is secure. Large farm animal from which we get milk and beef. Cow. The cow eats grass. Thin or flat. Disc. This car has disc brakes. Surface for posting or showing information. Board. This board bores easily. Unit of distance. Mile. It's 1 mile from here. Any of various long-tailed rodents similar to but larger than a mouse. Rat. The rat is a rodent. The route or direction that a river. Course. Of course I'll wait. Add extra to support or make something complete. Supplement. Farmers often moonlight to supplement their incomes. Clear liquid that forms the seas. Water. Much water is needed. Part divided from the other parts of something. Segment. Divide this line segment into 20 equal parts. Large boat. Ship. The ship set sail. A journey to visit several places for pleasure. Tour. Is the tour going well? Positive opinion of something or someone. Approval. Your approval is not required. A movement. Motion. I get motion sickness. Keyboard instrument used for playing music. Piano. A piano is expensive. Hard piece of your body that forms the skeleton. Bone. She loves bone marrow. Area of darkness when something blocks the light. Shade. She is a shade better today. The amount of money planned to be spent on something. Budget. My budget is tight. Hot heavy metal object used to smoothen clothes. Iron. Please iron the shirt. Illness that affects a person. Disease. That disease is incurable. One who goes to a place to see it. Visitor. I had no visitor today. Concerning a house. Household. That story is household legend. Drink made when you put dried leaves in hot water. Tea. This tea smells good. Damaging something so badly that it no longer exists. Destruction. The destruction was horrific. Exact street location of a place. Address. Write your address here. Two soft round parts on a woman's chest. Breast. She has breast cancer. Piece of information that is told to someone. Message. The message is clear. Building where things are made. Factory. The factory manufactures toys. Large. Load. Take a load off. Large brown animal with fur that lives in forests. Bear. The bear bites itself. Part of the face used for breathing and smelling. Nose. Your nose is bleeding. Person who writes. Musician. The musician plays the bagpipe. Large area of sand. Beach. She plays beach volleyball. Soft skin on each side of the face. Cheek. They dance cheek to cheek. Part that is less than half of the whole. Minority. The chairperson should consider the minority opinion. One of the main sections of a book. Chapter. Read Chapter 4 for Friday. System or rules made by the government. Law. The law was changed. Place the court puts criminals as punishment. Prison. Does prison reform criminals? Person. Maker. The pizza maker tossed the dough. Activity with rules that people play to have fun. Game. The game was suspended. Essential or particular part of something. Element. Still gleams an element of hope. Another way of saying woman. Lady. The lady remained silent. An example of something. Instance. This is only one instance. Knowledge of the physical world based on facts. Science. He's a science teacher. State of having many parts and not being simple. Complexity. He's contemplating the complexity of contemporary life. Size or amount of something or someone. Measurement. Precision in measurement is necessary. Event or a set of events. Affair. Sammy's forbidden affair exploded. One of 12 28 to 31-day periods in the year. Month. What month is this? Long. Valley. This valley is very fertile. Type of container. Bin. The bin is empty. A company formed for making profit. Business. How's your business going? Being strong. Strength. His strength is waning. To work out to become stronger and healthier. Exercise. I exercise my rights. Place where people live for a short time in tents. Camp. The refugee camp is overrun. Man who has good manners and is considerate. Gentleman. The gentleman bought it. Time when something happens or takes place. Occasion. The occasion was special. Place in the body where food is digested. Stomach. My stomach feels heavy. The telling of a story. Narrative. Suspense is the very stuff of narrative. Act or result of releasing dirty or dangerous substances into an environment. Pollution. Water pollution is another problem. Hard-shelled thing from which a young bird is born. Egg. This egg is fresh. Standard used to make judgments or decisions. Criterion. Money is not a criterion of success. When you share the same opinion or reach a decision. Agreement. Tom announced the agreement Monday. Fact that is more important than other things. Priority. What's the real priority here? Physical world. Nature. Mother Nature is generous. Act of employing someone. Employment. No outside employment was allowed. Group of people and system which rule a nation. Government. I'm a government worker. Person who lives. Neighbor. My neighbor is nice. State of being free. Freedom. Press freedom is advancing. Plan or policy to achieve your goal or intentions. Agenda. The agenda has changed. Sudden significant change. Revolution. The revolution is over. The things you wear on your body. Clothing. I sell clothing online. Official record proving a certain standard or level. Qualification. I have a qualification exam today. Special social or religious event. Ceremony. The ceremony was simple. Money system that a country uses. Currency. What currency would you like? Act of giving a formal talk about something. Presentation. A successful presentation of a play. Right to do something is allowed by another. Permission. Sammy asked permission of Layla. Thing you move to turn electrical items on or off. Switch. The switch is off. The natural world in which plants and animals live. Environment. Keep your environment clean. A person's thoughts on a topic. Opinion. His opinion was unimportant. Natural white crystal used to flavor or preserve food. Salt. The salt ran out. Legal or official right to perform certain actions. Power. The power went out. Fibers in the body that enable feeling and movement. Nerve. His nerve staggered me. Place to hold criminals being punished for a crime. Jail. The jail is overcrowded. Thing that has value to you. Asset. You're a valuable asset to me. One of the contractile soft organs of the body. Muscle. Tom likes muscle cars. Royal male ruler of a country. King. The king was executed. Food for eating at a particular time. Meal. The meal was disgusting. Place where a person or a family lives. Home. What's your home address? Group chosen to make decisions about something. Council. The council agreed unanimously. A feeling such as sadness. Emotion. Her emotion was too strong for words. Musical entertainment given in public by one or more performers. Concert. That concert wasn't rocking. Internet collection of interrelated information. Web. What's your favorite web browser? Example or instance of something. Case. State your case briefly. Judgment or opinion after thinking for a while. Conclusion. The conclusion is biased. When people feel very happy and enthusiastic. Excitement. The excitement is palpable. You walk through this when you go in a room. Door. Push the door open. Quality or state of not being easily moved or changed. Stability. Sammy brought stability to Layla's life. To listen and give expert advice to someone. Counsel. Recently numerous groups have offered counsel. State. Weakness. Tom's weakness is potato chips. Strong affection for someone. Attachment. I have an attachment to my house. Rule. Guideline. I'm following the guidelines. Being of the time being discussed. Contemporary. He studies contemporary literature. Game played by hitting a ball over a net. Tennis. I have tennis elbow. Oily part of meat. Fat. Stop fat shaming me. Usually hard shiny material mined from rock. Metal. This metal burnishes well. A person or thing that serves. Server. The server was down. Group of people who work for a company. Personnel. It's a personnel matter. Land used for growing crops or raising animals. Farm. The farm grows potatoes. Person who uses goods or services. Consumer. Consumer groups reacted angrily. Group officially put in charge of. Commission. The commission took no action. Strong feeling of great pleasure. Delight. Children delight in comic books. Criminal act. Offense. No offense was meant. The part of the body that pumps blood. Heart. My heart stopped beating. Collection of qualities that makes a person. Identity. Sammy committed identity theft. Short for photograph. Photo. Whose photo is this? Remark or comment on something you noticed. Observation. Every observation is an interpretation. Natural movement of outside air as part of the weather. Wind. The wind calmed down. Movie. Film. This film develops fast. Control of money a person has access to. Finance. The new finance minister has street cred. Second month of the year. February. March comes between February and April. Largest or greatest. Maximum. Mark your maximum efforts. State of being dependable or reliable. Responsibility. Collective responsibility means irresponsibility. Man. Person. Each person paid $7,000. A person who is skilled and creative in art. Artist. The artist is gifted. Area of land or ocean owned or controlled by a government or person. Territory. This territory is uncharted. Time that existed before now. Past. He is past 40. Condition or fact that affects a situation. Circumstance. She takes every circumstance into account. Place to look at various types of art. Gallery. The art gallery was very crowded. First time or place that a thing exists. Start. You'd better start now. Radical who employs terror as a political weapon. Terrorist. I hate terrorist organizations. Typical weather conditions in a particular place. Climate. The climate is changing. Direction to your left when facing the rising sun. North. I'm from North Africa. Whole number or amount of something. Total. That's a total lie. Professional who writes books. Writer. This writer is Russian. Person who is trained in a science. Scientist. The scientist found out laws. Piece of a tree that has fallen or been cut. Log. Where's the log house? Energy generated positive and negative charges. Electricity. Copper conducts electricity well. Respect given to someone who is admired. Honor. I'll honor your wishes. Process of two or more people or things affecting each other. Interaction. Then interaction with others becomes important. Book or story including ideas. Fiction. I like science fiction better. Group of similar things gathered as a hobby. Collection. Your collection isn't bad. Sense that allows one to see and take in information through your eyes. Sight. Can you sight read? Work required by your job or position. Duty. I'm off duty now. Thing used to comb your hair or to clean the floor. Brush. Just brush your hair. Person who leads a state or province. Governor. The governor was furious. A medical operation to end a pregnancy. Abortion. An abortion can have various causes. Border of wood. Frame. Can you frame this picture? One type of thing. Kind. How kind you are. Some. Part. That's part of it. State of being male or female, mostly biological. Sex. No sex was involved. Something that is hard to do. Difficulty. I have difficulty breathing. Origin or start from which something came. Base. The base is surrounded. Scientific theory that states that plants and animals change slowly over time according to the environments they live in. Evolution. The evolution of dinosaurs interests me greatly. Boundary of a surface. Edge. I've been on edge recently. Way to enter a place. Access. Bicycle access is limited. Person who belongs to and has rights in a country. Citizen. I'm a citizen of Earth. Long. Tube. Where's the tube station? Bodily movement that expresses a particular meaning. Gesture. That gesture is offensive. Flesh of a dead animal that you eat. Meat. I'd like meatloaf. The main meal of the day. Dinner. Today's dinner is fish. Proper. Logic. Their logic is stupid. A sweet baked food made from flour. Cake. Your cake is delicious. Something that joins things together. Connection. My connection has sporadic problems. Room with a bed. Bedroom. The bedroom is upstairs. High-level educational institution. University. He's a university student. Range or space included in something. Extent. To what extent can he be trusted? Request for information. Inquiry. The inquiry did not conclude. Place where two lines or surfaces meet. Angle. The angle would be too narrow. Something that is known or proved to be true. Fact. In fact, she lied. Very high piece of land. Mountain. The mountain is green. Alcoholic drink that is made from wheat or grains. Beer. Drinking beer refreshes me. When you respect yourself. Pride. That's your pride talking. Round container used for holding rice. Bowl. I like bowl haircuts. Something that a person or thing does. Action. Prompt action is necessary. Place that is halfway between two things. Middle. What's your middle name? Mark that is long. Line. The line is engaged. Place where food is cooked. Kitchen. The kitchen was clean. Something that tells you what something is like or looks like. Description. Tom's description was accurate. Happening or done regularly or frequently. Routine. The routine has changed. Group of soldiers. Troop. The troop was altogether destroyed. Suggestion about what someone should do. Advice. Good advice isn't expensive. Land along the edge of an area of water. Shore. Where did you shore them up? Images. Background. Remove the lowermost background layer. Explanation of words' meaning. Definition. What's the definition of jazz? Way someone acts toward another. Treatment. The treatment is going successfully. Given or received as payment for loss. Compensation. The compensation is too low. The part of the body that you see with eye. She's wearing eyeshadow. Bare area of land. Desert. The desert sun grilled him. State of confusion, or a lack of organization. Disorder. Sammy's eating disorder was life-threatening. A business that sells things or provides services. Company. Our company pays badly. Person who owns or has something. Owner. The owner couldn't be located. Something difficult to deal with or causes trouble. Problem. No problem at all. Medical treatment in which a doctor performs an operation. Surgery. Will surgery help it? Activity done to entertain an audience. Performance. The performance was low-keyed. Picture showing the geography of an area. Map. This map is worthless. Part of a whole. Portion. My portion arrived cold. Soft container to put things in and carry with you. Bag. My bag was stolen. Number of people who live in a country. Population. The population is increasing. A vehicle with 4 wheels and engine that can carry things. Car. Which car is ours? Area of space used for a particular reason. Zone. It's like a war zone there. State of being relaxed. Comfort. I can comfort her. Plant with a pretty head. Flower. The flower is opening. State of difficulty or stress. Trouble. Don't cry trouble halfway. Hint or clue. Tip. Don't tip it over. The way something is designed or made. Style. His style was awkward. White liquid produced by females to feed babies. Milk. The milk turned sour. Information in something. Content. Sammy's content wasn't sexual. A piece of furniture like a table, often with drawers. Desk. This desk is good. Explanation for why something occurred or was done. Reason. No reason to laugh. Weekly or monthly publication with pictures and stories. Magazine. Any magazine will do. Outdoor seat that hangs by 2 ropes. Swing. Come swing with me. Someone who does research work. Researcher. The researcher falsified his results. One of the 4 parts of the year determined mainly by the weather during that time. Season. We season with salt. Machine used to talk to someone who is far away. Telephone. Here's my telephone number. Lowest number or amount that is possible. Minimum. What's the minimum wager? Information about how to do or use something. Instruction. She gives instruction in English. Mental drive in a person that makes him or her do something. Motivation. Sammy had no motivation to work. Regular work of earning money. Job. This job eats money. Underground base on which building is constructed. Foundation. The foundation is cracking. Writings that are valued as works of art. Literature. Reading of literature nourishes the mind. Piece of thin tissue. I need a tissue now. Lose energy and feel that you need to rest. Tire. The tire leaks air. Edible tuber vegetable. Potato. He likes potato salad. Process of acquiring. Acquisition. Language acquisition requires creativity. Line separating one country. Border. The border is closed. Sport where two teams try to kick a ball in a goal. Football. I'm playing football now. Place in a fence which can be opened or closed. Gate. Which gate is that? Advantage or right that is given to only a certain person or group of people. Privilege. Every privilege carries responsibility with it. The price you pay for something. Cost. This will cost 30. Quality of being able to guide or influence others. Leadership. Strong leadership was needed. A basic unit of money equal to 100 cents. Dollar. I've got another dollar coming. A failure or negative aspect of. Fault. Whose fault is it? Factories or businesses that make certain products. Industry. That industry shouldn't exist. A creative skill using the imagination. Art. True art is theft. Thick. Oil. Coconut oil does wonders. Person who sees something happen. Witness. I didn't witness anything. Person who works for someone else for payment. Employee. The outraged employee resigned at once. What is usual or normal? Custom. It's all custom made. Image that you see in a mirror. Reflection. It's a reflection of our society. Words or signs used to communicate messages. Language. Oral language isn't planned. Thick liquid rubbed into the skin. Cream. There's ice cream in the freezer. An account or description of how something happened. Story. The story was amusing. Act or process of growing bigger or more advanced. Development. Economic development proceeded slowly. Someone who listens. Listener. He is a good listener but a poor speaker. Saying something is wrong and should be changed. Complaint. The complaint was dismissed. Describes the way you are going. Direction. What direction is east? Structure that covers or protects things. Shelter. A shelter was set up. Something you try to do or achieve. Goal. He's a goalkeeper. Building where you learn in classes with a teacher. School. When is school over? Group of people listening. Audience. The audience appeared bored. The place where we see clouds above us. Sky. The sky looks angry. Best or most interesting part of something. Highlight. George was the highlight of the evening. Part of the body that tastes food. Tongue. My tongue failed me. Organized plan. Arrangement. This arrangement is only temporary. Happy feeling because of something that you did. Satisfaction. She expressed satisfaction with her life. Group of people who work together. Band. I need band-aids. Belief or hope that something is going to happen. Expectation. I had little expectation for him. The person who manages you. Boss. The boss is there? Large piece of fabric or material that is used to cover something. Sheet. This sheet is light. Process of returning to a former state after problems or a downward turn. Recovery. Tom's recovery took a year. Act or action of representing something. Representation. This painting is a representation of a storm at sea. Job requiring special education or skills. Profession. My profession is policeman. Person who is in charge of a group or task. Leader. I'm the leader here. Take something out of something else. Extract. They used to extract teeth. People. Police. The police are searching. Sudden bad feeling caused by something unexpected. Shock. The shock was terrible. Physical money. Cash. Please cash this check. Mixture of gases around the earth that we breathe. Air. The air became warm. Part payment so that an item will be kept for you. Deposit. Can I deposit valuables here? Rate of speed at which someone or something moves or happens. Pace. His pace was slower. Person who operates a farm. Farmer. The dairy farmer died. Thing you wave in front of your face to stay cool. Fan. The fan doesn't work. Manner in which people. Relationship. Their relationship isn't equal. Amount that is a part of a whole thing. Proportion. The proportion of ozone increases sharply. Thin. Wire. Wrap the wire in electrical tape. Number that represents a piece of information. Statistic. That statistic is completely made up. The end of something. Finish. Nice guys finish last. Level of sound produced by an object. Volume. Turn the volume up. Small round piece material used to fasten clothing. Button. The button came off. Something made by combining two or more things. Mixture. Air is a mixture of gases. Small cloth bag sewn into clothing to hold things. Pocket. My pocket was picked. Style of dress or activity popular at some time. Fashion. She's a fashion slave. 60 minutes. Hour. Half an hour passed. Complete group of something. Set. The ship set sail. Official suggestion about a course of action or a choice of person. Recommendation. My teacher wrote a recommendation for me. When someone dies. Death. Tom's death was preventable. Surprise caused by experiencing something amazing. Wonder. I wonder what happened. Religion, supernatural being with special powers. God. Danger past, God forgotten. Looking for differences and similarities in two or more things. Comparison. The comparison is legitimate. Meeting or series of meetings of a body. Session. The parliamentary session was cancelled. General public discussion of a topic. Debate. They'll debate raising taxes. Account of something which gives the necessary facts and information. Report. His report proved false. Official record that gives information. Document. This document is classified. Answer someone's question. Reply. My reply was negative. System to buy something and pay for it later. Credit. Your credit card, please. Seeds of plants used for food. Grain. Farmers sow grain seeds in spring. Overwhelming feeling of fear and anxiety. Panic. Let's not panic now. Act of advertising a product to people. Promotion. Tom's promotion came through. Container for holding liquid or gas. Tank. The tank is full. Very short or brief period of time. Moment. Just a moment. Group of things or people sharing common features. Type. Will you type this, please? Physical or emotional harm or damage that a person experiences. Injury. His injury left him paralyzed. Physical harm that is done to something. Damage. The damage is done. Something that has been remembered. Memory. My memory is failing. A sports competition between two people or teams. Match. Their voices match perfectly. Long. Stem. Maybe you stem it. Point beyond which it is not possible to go. Limit. There is a limit to everything. State of being present. Existence. His existence was recognized. Motion picture. Movie. Was the movie good? Device used to make things. Tool. Get my toolbox. Act of holding someone closely. Embrace. We should embrace that. Grains of rock that make beaches and deserts. Sand. Dry sand absorbs water. A specific section or space. Area. This area is devastated. That way that something happens or is done. Manner. Her manner was cold. Something you write with an ink. Pen. Whose pen is this? Regular series of articles in newspaper or magazine. Column. Tom's column appears weekly. Information. Knowledge. Your knowledge surprises me. Part of a whole divided into hundredths. Percentage. What percentage of Finns are Finno-Swedes? Fine dry powder that builds up on surfaces. Dust. Let the dust settle. The one before. Last. At last he appeared. Part of building enclosed by walls. Room. Whose room is this? Change brought about by a cause. Effect. The effect was immediate. Person trained to care for sick or injured people. Nurse. A nurse wears white. Organization. Establishment. I belong to that large establishment. Concerning or used in a trial. Trial. Tom's trial started today. Someone kept in a prison as punishment for a crime. Prisoner. The prisoner was released. Position or rank relative to others in a society. Status. I want a status report. Physical injury, especially that suffered in battle. Wound. The wound won't close. Machine that makes copies of papers and documents. Printer. The printer needs paper. Educated person who attends or attended school. Scholar. This scholar studies ancient manuscripts. A device that shows the time. Clock. The clock is wrong. Series of regular and repeated actions. Cycle. I cycle to work. Change from one state. Transition. The transition won't be easy. Person who teaches others how to do. Coach. Is the coach frustrated? Ability to decide or act upon things yourself without depending on someone else. Initiative. The initiative is punishable. Amount of something that is produced. Output. Global agricultural output was expanding. Person or thing that makes the place instead of something. Substitute. I'm a substitute teacher. Distinctive or important point of something. Feature. Laughter is a feature of mankind. Distance between two objects. Gap. That gap is narrowing. Top part of your body with eyes and a mouth. Head. Where's your head at? The power, money or skill to do something. Ability. Such ability is native to him. Weather with a lot of rain. Storm. A storm is imminent. Sound or light used for a warning or alert. Alarm. The fire alarm sounded. The part of a plant that grows underground. Root. Do you like root beer? Someone who wants to harm another. Enemy. The enemy is eavesdropping. Something said or written as an answer to something. Response. Tom's response was immediate. Process of making something on a large scale. Production. Paper production increases annually. Game played to hit a ball into a hole with a stick. Golf. Where's my golf bag? Period of 100 years. Century. I will eat century egg. What people and animals eat to live. Food. This food is unhealthy. Frozen gas or liquid. Ice. Will the ice bear? Side of your body your heart is on. Left. They were left speechless. Part of your body from your shoulder to your hand. Arm. My arm still hurts. Division of a larger part or organization. Department. Our department is understaffed. Money an employee is paid each year. Salary. Your salary is commission-based. White sweet substance used to make foods sweeter. Sugar. All sugar is sweet. Knowledge gained by living life. Experience. I think experience helps. Idea that is explain facts or events academically. Theory. His theory deserves consideration. Opening in a wall or door to let in light. Window. This window won't fasten. State of being pregnant. Pregnancy. The pregnancy was perfect. Paying attention to a task. Concentration. All it takes is concentration and solitude. Drinks such as wine. Alcohol. I'll never drink alcohol again. One of several sheets of a material or object. Layer. Today the ozone layer is thinning. Unit of length equal to 100 centimeters, or about 39 inches. Meter. Keep the meter running. Any long communication about some particular topic. Discussion. The discussion was heated. Act of growing. Growth. Such drastic economic growth cannot be sustained. Radio or television advertisement. Commercial. The TV commercial is drawing well. Painting. Portrait. It's the portrait of misery. Form of address to a man you respect. Sir. Sir, have you seen Sir Cyrano? Company that flies passengers in its planes. Airline. To the airline office. Machine that is used to carry things. Vehicle. My vehicle is German. Short for cell phone. Cell. My cell went off. Lever on a gun that you pull to fire. Trigger. Police can't be trigger happy. A goal or amount you are trying to achieve. Target. The target is in sight. Achievement of a desired purpose or goal. Success. Tom's success motivated us. Very young child. Baby. Hum baby to sleep. Unit of time equal to 60 seconds. Minute. A minute of silence. Act of traveling from one place to another. Journey. Your journey starts here. A structure enclosing an area. Fence. The fence needed painting. Likelihood to behave in a particular way. Tendency. This tendency is quite useful. People born and living at about the same time. Generation. Your generation didn't understand sexuality. Two of something. Couple. There's a couple here. Something that encourages a person to work hard. Incentive. Promotion was an incentive to harder work. Place along a coast where ships load and unload things or passengers. Port. Any port in a storm. The way that something looks. Appearance. His appearance deceived me. Chemically tanned animal skin. Leather. It's a leather valise. Act of building something. Construction. Large-scale road construction began. Group of people who share a common idea or area. Community. He's a community leader. Act of dividing. Division. There isn't a division in paragraphs. Something that is owed to someone else. Liability. The company didn't admit liability. Important central part of something. Core. Tom is strengthening his core muscles. Small object from which something new can grow. Seed. Life's seed is laid. Fact that can observed and studied. Phenomenon. The same phenomenon has been observed. Military fight between armies. Battle. The battle goes on. Act of making your thoughts and feelings known. Expression. This expression is archaic. Explanation of how something works. Demonstration. The demonstration achieved nothing. Band of material worn around a person's waist. Belt. The belt is brown. Act or process of saying something formally. Statement. The statement sounds improbable. Expression of ideas or opinions. Speech. Tom's speech was excellent. Act of making something. Creation. The creation killed its creator. Book in which brief daily accounts of events are written. Journal. My journal was stolen. Hard outer covering that protects. Shell. Let's shell the nut. Institution providing help to the needy. Charity. He's active doing charity work. Container with a narrow neck used to hold liquids. Bottle. The bottle is full. Act of storing something. Storage. I have storage space. Person that you are competing against in a game or contest. Opponent. Tom's opponent was Mary. Item of clothing worn on your head. Hat. That hat becomes you. Small form of transport for traveling on water. Boat. The boat is lost. High. Wall. This wall feels cold. Black substance that is sticky when it is hot and very hard when it is dry. Pitch. It is pitch dark. Act. Transportation. The city's transportation system disintegrated. White or brown grains from a plant used for food. Rice. The rice is delicious. Something done wrong. Mistake. You can't mistake it. What something or someone is called. Name. My name is Jack. Light. Jacket. This jacket sets well. A female child. Girl. The girl is lonely. Manner in which people. Relation. What's your relation with him? The subject or object of a sentence. Noun. A noun can be singular or plural. System of connections. Network. Hell, my network link is down. Yard. Garden. My garden is small. A letter. Mail. The mail has arrived. Strong. Chest. Sammy's chest was crushed. Person who uses the mind intelligently. Intellectual. I enjoy intellectual conversations. Feeling of great happiness and pleasure. Joy. Sharing joy multiplies it. Interest or benefit of someone or something. Sake. Cheap sake makes you sick. Being at the highest or best level of something. Peak. It's in peak condition. Automotive vehicle suitable for hauling. Truck. I'm a truck driver. Amount of money that is paid for something. Payment. Advance payment is required. Business that provides some service for others. Agency. A talent agency represents actors. Conclusion formed after due consideration. Assessment. The assessment is being contested. Large bowl in a kitchen or washroom for washing things. Sink. Loose lips sink ships. Thick thread. String. This string is strong. Unit of time equal to 12 months or 365 days. Year. The year stole by. Picture. Image. The image was altered. Regular repeated behavior. Pattern. There's a pattern here. Person who controls and runs a business or group. Manager. Sammy's manager called him. Sound of a voice that reveals emotion or meaning. Tone. Tom is tone deaf. Process of creating. Formation. I modified the formation. The elements in our air. Gas. I have gas indigestion. Child in the beginning stage of life. Infant. Infants are subject to diseases. Name given to a product or service. Brand. This is brand new. Any place of pain and suffering. Hell. To hell with conventions. Food that grows on a tree or bush. Fruit. The fruit went bad. Speed or frequency of events over time. Rate. Canada's crime rate is decreasing. Part of humans that allows us to think or feel. Mind. Please don't mind me. When someone asks another to attend an event. Invitation. Admission is by invitation only. One of the parts that form something. Section. The section chief altered the plan. Piece of writing about a particular subject. Article. The article is genuine. Abstract idea of something or how it works. Concept. The concept is amazing. Single person. Individual. Each individual is different. Amount when all is added together. Sum. Please sum up your idea. Place where you can order. Restaurant. This restaurant won't do. Being sure that something exists or is true. Belief. His belief is rooted in experience. Flat. Platform. Which platform is it on? Having to do with a large amount of people. Mass. The mass is over. Red liquid in the bodies of people and animals. Blood. What's your blood group? Cover or top of something. Roof. The roof was dripping. Place to stay. Accommodation. We need accommodation for 6. Prediction of some future thing. Forecast. What's the forecast for tomorrow? Fighting against others when trying to win something. Competition. The competition is fierce. Something that happens as a result. Outcome. The outcome is uncertain. What the chances are that something will happen. Probability. The probability to win is 0.001%. 8th month of the year. August. His birthday is August 21st. Something that is a necessity. Requirement. It's a requirement for graduation. Section of writing that usually deals with one subject. Paragraph. This paragraph is vague. Book with a collection of photographs or pictures. Album. My album is here. Coldest season of the year. Winter. Cold winter came on. Legal dissolution or breakup of a marriage. Divorce. Fadil didn't divorce Layla. Part of the body joining the head and the body. Neck. My neck hurts today. Area of a country. District. This district forms a basin. Act that is against the law. Crime. His crime is unforgivable. Plant that is raised and eaten as food. Vegetable. What's this vegetable called? Building of set of rooms used to do business or professional activities. Office. Whose office is this? Someone who holds shares of stock in a corporation. Shareholder. The shareholders' meeting was held. Small town in the country. Village. She's the village bike. Choice made after thinking. Decision. This decision is final. Large formal assembly. Convention. The convention voted again. Head of city government. Mayor. The mayor granted our request. Piece of machinery. Mechanism. The locking mechanism has jammed. Hard white things in the mouth. Tooth. This tooth is decayed. A piece of paper or material to identify something. Label. This label sticks easily. Amount of space between two places or things. Distance. Can long-distance relationships work? Area of water protected by land and used by ships. Harbor. The harbor can be blocked. Small city. Town. That town looked prosperous. Show which is part of a larger story. Episode. I've just finished watching episode 3. Picture that helps explain something. Illustration. The illustration shows the deep interior. Wide view of a landscape. Prospect. The prospect is still distant. Basic state of things that is similar to water. Liquid. That liquid is harmful. Portable cloth shelter used outdoors. Tent. Every tent was filled. Offer or plan to people who can decide about it. Proposal. The proposal went through. Person of the same age. Peer. Sammy hated peer pressure. Person trained to compete in sports. Athlete. The athlete seemed immune from fatigue. Place where you can catch a train or a bus. Station. The station is nearby. Group of words that forms a unit and expresses a single meaning. Phrase. This phrase is incomprehensible. Someone who travels to a place for pleasure. Tourist. It's a tourist area. Feeling that you can do well at something. Confidence. Have confidence in yourself. Story about colorful and imaginary events. Tale. An absorbing tale of adventure. Something that signals that something else exists or will happen. Indication. Ignorance is not an indication of stupidity. Addition or change that makes something better. Improvement. Any improvement is good. Something popular or famous for a long time. Classic. Tom likes classic cars. Chance or luck. Fortune. We're not fortune tellers. Skillful person with special knowledge. Expert. An expert is speaking. Common opinion that people have about someone. Reputation. Your reputation precedes you. Fixed period of weeks for learning at school. Term. Sammy's prison term ended. Thing that prevents you moving or acting. Constraint. Due to financial constraints, we are unable to build a hospital. Substance from which a thing is made of. Material. This material stretches easily. Money paid to a worker for the hours they worked. Wage. There's no minimum wage here. The force when pressing against a thing. Pressure. The pressure is on. Part of a country. Region. This region produces precious minerals. Part of a tree growing outward from the trunk. Branch. Tom is branch manager. A day in the calendar such as January 3rd. Date. What's the date today? Time after 12 o'clock and before the evening meal. Afternoon. We had the afternoon off. Feeling of anxiety and inability to relax. Tension. Cold War tension has mounted. Plants with narrow green leaves. Grass. The grass needs cutting. Object. Device. This device produces electricity. A young male person. Boy. Which boy is Misao? Place for painting. Studio. I want a studio cat. A piece of furniture you sit on when sitting at a table or desk. Chair. This chair is ugly. The 12th month of the year. December. Christmas is December 25th. Public notice or advertisement. Ad. The ad really pulled. Long thin piece of wood from a tree. Stick. The stick is sticky. The way something is built. Structure. The structure isn't safe. Female you share a parent with. Sister. My sister likes sweets. Money taken by a government from its people. Tax. Tickets are tax deductible. Object that takes pictures digitally. Camera. Leave my camera alone. 1/100th of the basic unit of money. Cent. I haven't a cent to my name. Shallow container that you cook or serve food in. Dish. This dish is terrific. Idea or opinion about doing something. Notion. This notion is ridiculous. Act or result of mixing things together. Combination. The combination is 10-4230. Quantity of something. Amount. This amount includes tax. State of experiencing something directly. Exposure. That room has great sun exposure. 7th month of the year. July. We left on July 15th. Something that ends a problem. Solution. Which solution is best? Period of 10 years. Decade. They spent nearly a decade together. Someone who buys goods or services from a business. Customer. Sammy called customer service. A heavily populated area with many buildings and roads. City. The city is small. Very strong metal made of iron and other substances mixed together. Steel. This steel is stainless. A man in charge of a meeting. Chairman. The chairman rejected the proposal. When someone or something gets to at a place. Arrival. What's our arrival time? Feeling or action in response to something. Reaction. The tuberculin reaction was positive. Particular occupation in professional life. Career. His career had faltered. Part of the face used for eating and talking. Mouth. My mouth was dry. Something that is won in a contest or given as an award. Prize. You're no prize yourself. Enclosing cover for a letter or card. Envelope. I ripped the envelope open. Tube around. Pipe. The water pipe burst. Communicate electronically on the computer. Email. What's your email address? Quality of being fair. Justice. Frontier justice was swift. Keeping working by checking and fixing it. Maintenance. It wasn't a maintenance problem. Item that can be bought. Product. This product is well designed. Region within a country. State. Don't state the obvious. First meal of the day. Breakfast. What does breakfast include? The possibility that something will happen. Chance. The chance is gone. All the living things. Life. You're a lifesaver. What is true? Reality. Tom likes reality TV. Large container or hole that is filled with water and used for people to swim in. Pool. The pool is empty. Essential supply of something. Resource. A library is the best resource for books. First month of the year. January. Today is January 2nd. Fourth day of the week. Thursday. Next Thursday is a holiday. Images. Dream. Mayuko's dream came true. Piece of clothing for the lower body worn by women. Skirt. This skirt hangs nicely. Place where people can stay when traveling. Hotel. There's a hotel here. Perform to see if a larger or more detailed thing should be done. Pilot. Teenage around the world pilot dies. Raised flat surface. Table. Take this table away. The process of protecting something from attack. Defense. Their defense came apart. Organization of people with the same interest. Association. The association counts 30 members. Someone who studies or writes about the course of history. Historian. What kind of historian are you? Crime of deliberately killing a person. Murder. I didn't murder anyone. Something which shows that something else is true. Proof. The proof is trivial. Official rule that controls how something is done. Regulation. More regulation is needed. Part of the body from the thigh down. Leg. I have leg cramps. Person who sings. Singer. Every girl knows that singer. Person who is traveling in a vehicle. Passenger. 2 passenger ships were sunk. State of being poor. Poverty. Fighting poverty is the answer. Something you use to open a lock or start a car. Key. What's this key for? Outcome of an event. Consequence. Nothing of consequence happened. Person's mother or father. Parent. Which parent does the child resemble? Playing a sport is a job. Pro. I like pro wrestling. No sound or noise. Silence. Her silence surprised me. Aim or purpose. Intention. I have no intention of resigning. Strong feeling of hurt or discomfort. Pain. Your lies pain me. All the humans. World. He became world famous. Working with others for some purpose. Partnership. I went into partnership with him. Tall. Tower. The tower fell into ruin. The state of living you are in. Condition. Your condition isn't serious. Someone you do not know. Stranger. I'm a stranger here. Small. Cap. Which cap is yours? Whether it is raining. Weather. The weather is fickle. Idea about what someone should do. Suggestion. Your suggestion seems reasonable. State or quality of having a range of different things and ideas. Diversity. Linguistic diversity is a treasure. Device that removes unwanted substances from a liquid or gas. Filter. I don't filter them. Amount of activity over a communication system. Traffic. Sorry, traffic was heavy. Other choices. Alternative. An alternative is possible. Something you cannot remember the name of. Thing. One thing remains doubtful. Piece of paper that lets you enter or use something. Ticket. Where's the ticket booth? Amount that is more than half of a group. Majority. The majority was for him. Person deciding the contents of a book or magazine. Editor. The editor is on vacation. Person or firm that hires workers. Employer. His employer dismissed him yesterday. Plants grown on a farm for food. Crop. The rice crop was harvested. Clause in a legal document. Provision. There was a provision in his will for his mistress. Not being sure of something. Doubt. I doubt these generalizations. State of feeling pleased. Happiness. My happiness is complete. Part of an animal's body that is used for flying. Wing. The bird's wing was broken. Ability to see things with your eyes. Vision. Fadil's vision soon returned. Small part that of something larger. Piece. This piece doesn't match. Special quality that makes something different. Distinction. That distinction was well deserved. Place where you can go to buy things. Store. The store carries earthenware. Partner in professional work. Associate. Don't associate with them. Loud sounds that cause discomfort or annoyance. Noise. The noise woke me. Edge or border of a page on above. Margin. I allowed a margin of 10 minutes. The season when the weather is getting colder. Autumn. I like autumn most. Study of past event. History. Does objective history exist? Guess or calculation of cost. Estimate. You can't estimate this state. Sheets of paper containing news stories. Newspaper. The newspaper supplies news. A substance used in treating illness or pain. Medicine. The medicine tastes bitter. Legal agreement. Contract. The contract was ended. Professional who helps people with the law. Lawyer. The lawyer is corrupt. Main subject to discuss or describe. Theme. That's their theme song. Act or result of not achieving your goals. Failure. The failure depressed him. Symbols such as 1. Number. Your number doesn't answer. Natural ability of a person to do something well. Talent. His talent is green. Act of being involved in something. Participation. Church participation has fallen. Car that transports people for money. Taxi. The taxi has arrived. Building and the area of land that it rests upon. Premise. The premise was wrong. Material used to produce heat or power when burned. Fuel. My fuel line broke. Weapon in which bullets are fired down a metal tube. Gun. Is your gun loaded? Area that a country or nation is divided into. Province. Kosovo was a province of Serbia. The part of the head that thinks and controls your body. Brain. My brain is full. Circular thing that rolls. Wheel. The wheel doesn't turn. Accidental way things happen. Luck. Good luck to you. Informal child or young person. Kid. The kid got hurt. Amount of money used during a certain time. Expenditure. The expenditure totaled 200,000 yen. Things done to protect people. Security. I'm installing security updates. Ability to learn things or to consider situations. Intelligence. His intelligence is widely recognized. Someone who shows they are in favor of idea. Supporter. I'm a big supporter of Tom's. Interesting place people want to visit. Attraction. The attraction was mutual. Poetic writing. Poetry. Baudelaire's poetry is magnificent. A small change to make something function better. Adjustment. The adjustment is painful. Group of people working on a task together. Team. Our team is winning. Unhealthy condition of the mind or body. Illness. His illness is critical. Small distance from one end to the other. Short. Take a shortcut. Big company or a combination of several companies. Corporation. The corporation filed for bankruptcy. Large body of salt water that covers most of the surface of the earth. Ocean. The ocean was calm. Explanation of the meaning of something. Interpretation. This interpretation is subjective. Area or range of things that something includes or deals with. Scope. Their scope and shape is unclear. Group of people who answer questions or give opinions. Panel. A panel of experts discussed the plan. Facts or information used to calculate or analyze. Data. This data is incorrect. Special attention. Emphasis. Our English teacher put emphasis on pronunciation. Information about recent events. News. Bad news travels fast. Starting situation. Basis. That's my basis for saying so. Study or science of numbers and shapes. Mathematics. Pure mathematics is religion. Number of things that happen one after another. Series. What's your favorite TV series? Activities influencing the policies of a government. Politics. I find politics very interesting. Very small living thing that causes disease or sickness and can be spread among people or animals. Virus. A virus infected Tom's computer. Unstable situation of extreme danger or difficulty. Crisis. Can the crisis be overcome? Idea that leads to further study or discussion. Hypothesis. Your hypothesis is correct. The things you wear on your body. Clothes. His clothes were dripping. Most specific level in the scientific tree. Species. The species faded away. Preference to believe things even if incorrect. Bias. She wrote on gender bias in science. Female person that did the original action. Herself. She knows herself well. Something belonging to a male person. His worry affected his health. Person who is not known or named. Somebody. Can somebody get that? Person who is not known or named. Someone. I heard someone scream. Every person. Everyone. She charmed everyone present. Subject form of a female you are talking about. Her. I work with her boyfriend. Female person or animal mentioned before. She. Because she felt sick. A lot. Much. How much is it? When there is not too little of something. Plenty. I've got plenty more. Object form of a male person you are talking about. He. Trust me, he said. Who owns something? Whose? This umbrella, whose is it? All of the things mentioned. Everything. Sometimes everything goes wrong. The same person who did the action. Himself. He wished himself dead. That thing that belongs to me. Mine. What's mine is yours. A thing that has been previously mentioned. It. What does it involve? Used to refer to two or more people. They. What are they for? No person. Nobody. There was nobody there. Not any of a group. None. There is none left. Reflexive form of they. Themselves. Everybody tells themselves that. Used to refer to the speaker and other people together. We. When do we arrive? Reflexive form of you. Yourself. Make yourself at home. Nearly all of something. Most. Coffee finishes most dinners. The same person as did the action mentioned. Myself. I cut myself shaving. What or which person or people? Who? Know who you are. Any person. Anyone. Is anyone else bidding? Subject form of a male person you are talking about. Him. Care aged him quickly. Thing that is not yet known or named. Something. I want something sweet. Belonging to the speaker and other people. Us. Milk makes us strong. Every person. Everybody. Does everybody love music? Object form of the person now speaking or writing. Me. You make me dream. Any person. Anybody. Was anybody else absent? Referring to specified other people. Them. I'm seeing them tonight. Used by a speaker to show that they and one or more people are affected by their action. Ourselves. We clean ourselves there. Referring to it. Itself. It'll cure itself naturally. Used in formal writing or speech. Whom? To whom are you referring? Not anything. Nothing. Please leave nothing behind. Person someone is speaking or writing to. You. Why do you ask? Side by side with something. Alongside. I worked alongside Tom. Other than or in addition to. Besides. Ram's table is besides mine. In the direction of. Over. What is over there? Without being affected by something. Despite. He succeeded despite several obstacles. Under. Beneath. That is beneath ordinary decency. Used to express that people or things are together. With. I'm dripping with sweat. Used to show the purpose. For. Thanks for your explanation. Having a value greater than 0. Plus. 2 plus 2 makes 4. 2 times the amount or degree. Double. It's a double whammy. At a point on a line. Along. Sail along the coast. Not including. Except. Everyone except Tom left. Near. By. We left by train. In the space that separates two objects. Between. Don't eat between meals. Movement towards a certain direction. Onto. Hold on to your husband. Used to say you don't have something or it isn't in a place. Without. No gains without pains. More formal term for on. Upon. Science rests upon observation. Used to show that a thing or person is against another thing or person. Versus. The exchange rate of the dollar versus the euro has declined. Belonging to or connected with something. Of. I'm proud of you. Over or across an entire thing or place. Throughout. His action throughout was correct. Going from a higher position to a lower position. Down. Bite down tightly, please. In opposition to. Against. We are against war. Starting at a particular place. From. Are you from Kyoto? At some point in the course of an event or thing. During. Jack took notes during class. For each. Per. What's the productivity per person? In the center of some things. Among. We agreed among ourselves. By the side of something. Beside. What's beside the desk? In the place where something is. At. Make yourself at home. Going inside something. Into. I burst into tears. Word that is used to compare two equal things. As. Do as you want. Concerning. About. I dreamt about you. From the time in the past that. Since. What's changed since then? By going through. Via. He came via San Francisco. 90. 90. We're back in 90 seconds. 8. 8. We are 8 altogether. Number 30. 30. Tom is 30 now. 60. 60. Sammy lost 60 pounds. Number 7. 7. It is 7 now. 13. 13. We have 13 clubs. Number 20. 20. He caught 20 butterflies. Number 0. 0. Water has 0 calories. 14. 14. Layla was 14 then. Number 1000. 1000. 20,000 yen, please. 11. 11. He has 11 children. 2. 2. There were 2 abstentions. 1 million. Million. Almost 69 million people voted. 70. 70. Tom lost 70 pounds. 6. 6. It's 6 o'clock already. 9. 9. It's already 9 o'clock. Number 3. 3. You have 3 cars. 4. 4. You have 4 dogs. 5. 5. Jane has 5 handbags. Number 1. 1. No one will know. 10. 10. We have 10 cattle. 16. 16. I'm 16 years old. 1 trillion. Trillion. Galaxies contain from tens of millions to trillions of stars. 100. 100. We walked another 100 yards. 18. 18. I was 18 then. 40. 40. I'm 40 years old. 17. 17. She's 17 years old. 50. 50. He had $50. 80. 80. It weighs 80 kilograms. 12. 12. Then 12 o'clock came. 15. 15. Please wait 15 minutes. Number 1 billion. Billion. 1 billion people speak English. 19. 19. I am 19 years old. Way to say you agree or will do something. Yes. Why yes it is. Yes. Okay. It's okay to go. What you say when you meet someone. Hello. Say hello to Jimmy. What you say when you meet someone. Hi. Tell Tom hi for me. What you say to admit you were wrong. Sorry. I'm sorry for you. Something else. Other. Take the other chair. Yours. Own. Mind your own business. Belonging to us. Our. Smoking affects our health. Identical. Same. The same to you. One of many. Any. There isn't any solution. Used to refer a large number of things. Many. You have many books. Anything or everything needed. Whatever. Eat whatever you like. Like or similar. Such. Give up such ideas. Belonging to you. Your. Thanks for your explanation. Not real or genuine. False. I have false nearsightedness. People. These. Who painted these pictures? Question word to ask about a person choice. Which? Tell me which you want. The second or last mentioned thing. Latter. The former is better than the latter. Used to show which people or things we are talking about. Those. Who are those guys? One more. Another. Please take another one. Used to refer to an unspecified amount or number. Some. You have some books. Of mine. My. That wasn't my intention. Being something previously. Former. Tom is former CIA. Every one of two or more things. Each. Avoid each other's society. Belonging to them. Their. This is their house. Including each person or thing in a group. Every. Take every possible means. More than two but not many. Several. He came several times. Used to compare two things that are not equal. Than. Better late than never. Despite the fact that. Although. Jack was looking well, although tired. For that reason. So. Nancy looks so tired. Used to show two things that are both untrue or do not happen. Nor. Neither fish nor fowl. Up to. Until. Wait until further notice. Used to refer to two or more things. And. Money comes and goes. For a reason. Because. That's because they're vicious. Taking into consideration the fact that. Whereas. I am poor, whereas my brothers are rich. During the time that. Whilst. You shouldn't smoke whilst you work. Until. Till. Please wait till noon. Used to introduce a counter-statement to what has been said. However. Do however you like. Used before you say something different. But. But you're nice. During the time that. While. He sang while working. Introducing a condition for something to happen. If. Correct errors, if any. Used to link alternatives. Or. Smoking or non-smoking. If something will happen or not. Whether. I wonder whether you understand. Negative of if. Unless. Let's go out unless it rains. Expresses permission. May. You may go anywhere. Used to express that something could happen. Might. It might rain tomorrow. To own. Have. I have a dream. Modal verb used to indicate possibility. Would. That would be lovely. What is expected? Ought. We ought to win. Expressing the future tense. Shall. What shall we play? Used with verbs to express the future. Will. This will cost 30. To be able to. Can. You can do it. Used to say that something is required or necessary. Must. You must work more. Used to indicate what is proper or reasonable. Should. You should work hard. 1. A. Oh, there's a butterfly.